Welcome back to the resumption of the Committee of the Whole. Today, Wednesday, December 13th, 2023, talking about budget. Would like to begin by this meeting by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Inca, Kappa, and Silk people. And with that, I will hand it over to the CFO. Kevin, you are off. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tonight we're going to begin on page 64 and we'll work our way through some of the other director portfolios, and then we'll come back at the end, Director of Public Works. So on page 64, we start with the Director of Corporate Services. The first section is the general government portion. Proposals in front of council in this space are to fund two recurring lines related to reserves. One is an existing reserve for IT infrastructure to fund our recurring IT capital. And the second request is a new reserve that's being proposed for council's consideration to smooth out the impact of elections over the 4-year cycle. So instead of having the big uptick every 4 years and for potentially by-elections that we'll see next year, is to have an annual recurring stream of funds set aside to smooth out that tax impact. You'll notice that there is some operational scope changes in corporate services. These are primarily the absence of consulting charges. So we had some work premised in our budget this year for things like the fees and charges bylaw, and thanks to our CAO, we were able to work this in-house and save that cost. And as well, there is the transfer of some of the recognition budgets under from corporate services and into the CAO office. The second section is regarding protective services section of corporate services, and scope changes here is primarily the absence of grant funded costs that were worked in 2023 budget, and there is one request that was part of our bylaw financial plan amendment for 23 to 27, and this related to the seasonal workers supporting unhoused camps, and the request include both wages and any specialized training dealing with sharps, etc. Is there any questions for either myself or the Director of Corporate Services so far on those two areas?
RCMP operations, when do we negotiate with the RCMP? Do we know what year we do that in?
So in June of this year, we received, I think, agreement in principle type documents. And so basically, if we're maintaining the same level of service at 17 officers, we essentially have to agree at that time that what the cost of that will be. When we send the letter back, we do say that council will decide the budget closer to the end of the year. And if we do want to make any changes to service levels, we have that option at that time to originate that process.
And for corporate services, as far as the supporting the in-house camps, talking to Wes, the shopping cart thing is still an issue. And we suggested possibly a smaller trailer where he could roll them on rather than throwing them in the back of the truck. Is that kind of covered in here?
That is actually, did you want to talk or did you?
Certainly, I was just going to refer your worship to the next page
while
you're talking then.
Okay.
So for the in-house camps, we are seeking support to have an additional person come in and work during the summer months, just to provide support to our bylaw enforcement officer. And for the shopping carts, we do have a request in here. I've just brought that up on the screen as well. And that's for $7,000 for the purchase of a trailer and the installation of a hitch on the vehicle. This is just a proposal and it can be discussed at this point.
Good, because the last thing I want to do is see him get hurt with that stuff. I think the reoccurring for new election reserve 15,000 is a really good idea. I think it's a super good idea. Something we probably should have looked at before, because we've been caught before in a by-election and had to scramble. So I think that's a really good idea. Council, any comments, any questions so far? Do we have Councillor Charney online? Is she there?
She's not joining at this point.
She said she might, so.
Oh, we have her on screen. There she is.
There she is.
She's logged in.
Good evening, Councillor Charney. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Excellent. That's okay. Might not be a bad thing. So Kevin, we'll hand it back over to you.
Can I just
Nope,
interject?
sorry.
So the CFO and the CO have put in the money for the trailer, because that was one of the suggestions that we heard during the discussions about what to do with the shopping carts. So now we're gonna purchase a $7,000 trailer, but we have no, we're not causing any kind of financial recovery for this, right? Like, we're picking up shopping carts for businesses that won't do it or won't invest in the locking at the edge of your property system. We're going to invest $7,000 and our staff's ongoing time to collect these shopping carts. We have 2 rollaway bins that we put stuff in. We have to dispose of that. It's actually quite an expensive endeavor, and council did not make a decision how they wanted to deal with this. So I think if council wants to approve this, which I don't disagree with, because it will be better for our employee safety, because currently he's lifting them into the back of the truck. But I think if we're going to make an investment like this and continue to have our bylaw officer do this duty and the associated costs with that, council really should reconsider or have us bring forward again how we're going to cost recovery on this.
Well, for me, the cost recovery is to load them up and take them to the dump and dump them out the back. Sorry, but that's the way I look at it. I mean, the other thing we could do is work with I don't know how much time Wes has, but we could work with the groups in town that have shopping carts and arrange a drop off for a certain X amount of dollars. I mean, other than that, then we just take them to the dump. I mean, I don't know really where else we could cost recover on this.
Well, that's exactly right. Like, if we take it to the dump, there's no cost recovery for us.
No, there
If
is.
we take it back to, or we fine, or we do some sort of service fee per cart, then we're cost recovering to the people who are complacent in the problem. So that's one thing you might want to talk about or consider even right now as a potential revenue stream for us to support this budget, because Wes spends hours every week on this project.
It's approximately half an hour per cart for the pickup and retrieval, emptying the cart, bring it back to the yard. He's done close to 250 carts in September of 2022. Over a year, there's significant amount of carts.
You might as well just leave your microphone on.
Yeah. And then there are some significant issues with the contents of those carts. There are some very high risk situations for our bylaw officer with the contents of those carts. So every time he picks up a cart, there is the potential that he could get a sharp poke. He could encounter some sort of biohazard other than needles. So it's a high risk role that he's playing in that is atypical. One would not necessarily expect when you take on the role of bylaw officer to be doing something like this, nor would it be typical for a city to feel like this was like a normal thing, right? It shouldn't be a normal thing. So how do we cost recover on that is, I think, a really, and if you'd like us to bring you a scheme for that to our next set of meetings to see how much we could realistically generate in some sort of fee service, we're happy to do that.
Well, let's banter about Councilor Egan.
I just agree that there should be a service.
Oh, me too.
And are all the carts identified on them where they're coming from?
Yeah, they've got the thing in the bar. It says right there where they're from. And you can tell by the color where they're from. Now, I notice a couple of stores in town have now welded the big long bars on top so they can't go through the door. I've noticed that. For the longest time, Dollarama was the only one that does that, but I noticed there's another group in town that's doing the exact same thing. So, maybe we start doing that. I don't know what you would charge per cart. $5,
well,
$10.
I mean, I guess it's like a cost recovery, right? Like,
And then how do you get them to pay?
Invoice them, and if they don't pay, it goes on their property taxes like any other invoice that's unpaid.
Okay, Councillor, are you done, Councillor Egan?
Yes.
Councillor Petrosi.
Just wondering if there's any other communities we've looked into that have kind of done the legwork on this issue.
We have done a bit of research, and we can certainly bring that back. Off the top of my head, there are other communities that have had fees implemented around the $25 range. I don't know what it would be exactly. We'd want to do that legwork first before we brought anything firm forward to you. In regards for cost recovery, I believe one way of doing that would be to have the fee paid prior to release of the carts. I don't know if we are able, we'd have to do a bit of investigation if we can charge that to property taxes, because it's not necessarily attached to a property. So,
What's it outstanding? We'll figure it out.
Councillor Chair.
I too agree with maybe having a fee for the cart retrieval, just because when you think about hourly wages and time spent, storage of the contents of the container for 30 days. When you compare other municipalities who've had a problem with carts, they have several bylaw officers and maybe they have 600 or 700 carts picked up in a city like Kamloops. But when we have maybe a third of what they have and a tenth of the population with no cost recovery, and we're in a deficit with so many other areas, we really have to think about implementing something like that.
Oh yeah, there has to be cost recovery.
Yeah.
Councillor Hogan?
Thanks.
Yep. Councillor Hogan?
So it's clear that we have a shopping cart issue here, right, for a long time. So I just feel like by buying the trailer, so it's kind of like we are encouraging things to stay as they are. So we are not really addressing the issue here. So I remember the study that staff did and brought forward to council, and there were some other municipalities that they have even bylaws, regarding the shopping cart. So I think that we have to look into address this issue properly. So if we are thinking about, okay, for the time being, while we implement something permanently, then I would be okay with the trailer. But again, the main goal would be to address this in the proper way. Thank you.
Councillor Charney? Corporate services. Page 6. Correct me if I'm wrong, the purview here would be we hand it back to you guys to come up with what we would look like as we move forward in a plan, a cost plan. And yeah, I guess that's what we would end up doing, is what would work, or what would be a little bit more groundwork to make sure we can make the payment, the trailer pay for itself.
Well, the trailer and the bylaw officer's time
Yes.
too, right? Like we want to make sure we're paying, covering everything. So yeah, we will come back with you as a part of the, the whole budget process to see where we think and what level of revenue may be generated. Of course, the ideal is that this will be a short-term revenue generation because people will stop making our bylaw officer pick up carts for their companies. But, sometimes you gotta, what is it, the carrot and the stick?
Something like that. It's a bat and a stick. What I would like to do too is, I think, now what we've done in the past is we've got a hold of the managers at the stores in town to let them know we've got a problem. But I think what we have to do is we have to get a hold of now is the main shareholders or the owners of the stores, such as Jimmy Pattison. Talking to Wes, he recovered the same amount of carts out of Save-On as if they would have had to replace every single one, 96 of them. So there's like, and I've done some checking, they range in price from $1,500 to $3,000 for a shopping cart. Now, if you take 96 of them, which Wes picked up, that's the entire fleet at Save-On. And Mr. Pattison, being a businessman, probably would go, wait, this doesn't make any sense if they're going to be, thrown away. I don't know if anybody here has been to Kamloops to a Value Village. There's not a shopping cart left in the place. They're all gone because people have just wandered off with them. And now people are like, well, you need some new carts. Now they store everything in the store and nothing is allowed to go past the door. But there's carts everywhere that have, so I think when we do this, we have to send it more to just then the managers of these stores, but the actual owners or people who make decisions higher up the ladder that, we've got a problem. We've asked to have it done a nice way, and we got no response back. Sean from Save-On and he actually met with me, and we talked about it and tried to come up with some sort of a plan. And he tries to pick them up himself when he can. But again, probably shouldn't fall on him. These people should have, these stores should have a plan on how to pick up their shopping carts. So I think when we move this forward, we need to make it a little bit higher up the ladder than just the locals. Because there is a cost-effective value for them, so. Councillor Egan.
I just want to backtrack a little bit to IT capital. Is this where the new planning software is coming in? No? Thanks.
Yeah, because I think the IT is a reserve fund. It's basically for what comes up, such as firewalls. Yeah, those are expensive. Yeah, and you know, oh, Councillor Charney.
It was approved in the last amendment. And it's for a seasonal worker for 4 months during the summer period to provide assistance so that we're not pulling a seasonal worker out of our parks department. The park staff are generally deployed. This would be someone who's specialized in dealing with sharps, dealing with unhoused people, and approaching tents and those sorts of situations that you encounter when you're dealing with a situation.
So I have a question. When we take the stuff out of the carts and we hold it for 30 days, do we actually have anybody that comes back to pick the stuff up before 30 days, or does it all get tossed?
We have had an experience in the past where someone has come and requested for an item that was important to them. We were able to locate it and return it to the person.
So we've had one.
We have one that I'm aware of.
Okay, so then that takes up time and space for us for 30 days.
It does. It's also best practice.
Could we not gauge what's in there and decide, like, I mean, an empty bunch of pop cans and stuff, and pants that are torn to smithereens, there's no value to this stuff. So I'm just wondering, can we make you should just leave your microphone on. Is there, I mean, I'm just wondering because clearly I've seen some of the carts and clearly there's nothing savable in them.
What we consider, and I know this is a tough concept, right? And what we consider of value is different than someone who is unhoused or has a mental health issue, you know, and that's important for us to be conscious of because, you know, we might not think those pop cans are important, but they might have been saving them to cash them in to get a bit of money.
But if they don't come back for them ever.
Well, that's true, but they might. And ultimately what we're doing is taking their property without informing them because we don't know whose cart it is. We don't inform them we're taking their property because it's abandoned.
But the cart at this point is a stolen item.
Not if nobody makes a complaint about it. It's not.
But it is a stolen item. Let's be honest here.
No, not unless there's a complaint about it. It's not stolen. It's borrowed or it's given to the person because if somebody ever makes a complaint to the police.
someone borrows your wheelbarrow and never brings it back.
You've lent it to them.
Oh, really? No, that's stealing my wheelbarrow.
Under the letter of the law.
Okay, fine. I don't want to split hairs.
But yeah, so it is hard because does take up space. It does take up Wes's time. But at the same time, we have to try and be empathetic to those people who are not living in the same reality or conditions that we are, right? That pair of pants might have been their favorite person in the world's pair of pants, and now we've thrown them in the garbage.
Any other questions on that? Oh, Councillor Richard, sorry.
No, I was just adding to your comment about some items might not seem valuable to you, but whenever you've seen shows on TV like Hoarders or whatever, some people have attachment to certain items and we don't see it, but
no, I get that if they come back for it, but if they never come back for it, then it really wasn't that important.
But what happens if they do come back and we've thrown it away? And it hasn't been 30 days.
Okay, but here's the other thing. If you abandon a cart on the street, you don't know who's taking that cart, right?
Yeah, or
Could be anybody.
Or what you might find in there.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying, a cart
Can't
abandoned on the
talk
street
about
could be
that.
picked up by 3 other guys that got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Now, is that theft, or is that just borrowing
Conversion.
somebody's stuff?
Well, it's just like rental companies. You rent a car, you don't return it as conversion, right? And there's no serial numbers generally in carts, so.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, you know, to me, I think there needs to be a little bit more look, maybe higher up in the provincial government on how we handle this stuff, because holding on to stuff for 30, 40, 60, 90 days that we're ultimately going to throw out anyway is, to me, seems a little redundant.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, ultimately, again, we're working with best practices in an emerging situation, right? That how this is going to play out in the long run, we have no idea. What the best practice is going to be in 2 or 3 years could really dramatically change. And there's always the opportunity for case law. Like, you know, we take somebody's cart from where they parked it because they went into a store and they didn't come out in a timely fashion, and we've taken all of their property and thrown it in the garbage. What is our liability going to? So we have to be really conscious about the things that could come up, to not put ourselves. So that's why we follow bigger organizations, bigger municipalities for best practice,
Okay, thank
because
you.
they're going to get sued first.
Thank you.
I think Councillor Charney has a question.
Oh, Councillor Charney? Councillor Petrosi?
Have we spoken to these stores? Do they actually lock them up at night?
No.
You don't, okay.
No, and the reason they have tried, Paul, to be honest with you, people just come and either break the locks or cut the chains.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gone over it. I think Linda sent out a letter a little while ago. I met with Sean. And they've tried a number of things, and people just work straight through
We,
it.
up at Canadian Tire, but it's up the hill. It's a little ways away from, but we lock them up every night.
But you
Chain
have,
them up.
yeah,
And I think they've had 2 picked up in the last couple of years just from Canadian Tire, 2 carts. But I don't know. Maybe you said they are locking them up, or they tried it?
they tried, and it just was an expense that they just went right through. They tried the locking thing with and like Sean said, they smashed the thing to get the quarter out of it, right, rather than loony out of it.
Yeah.
Or if they put a chain and they run it all the way through, somebody just cuts the chain,
See,
takes the
like,
chain.
you know, they come to work in the morning and there's 10 carts missing. Is that kind of what happens? They disappear during the night or during the
Yeah.
day, or like?
Yeah. And during the day, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you go up to any store, I mean, there's always a cart out in the driveway or the lot because somebody has returned it.
Yeah.
And if they're not lockable, which most of them aren't anymore, somebody just takes it and off they go.
And anyway, just asking about Wes, does he have to document what's in the cart?
No, we
No,
don't
it
document
just
what's in the
goes
cart.
into one.
We have 2 roll-off bins. They've got sections in them. And so we do 30 days in one section, 30 days in another section, and we work our way through.
That's Richard.
One solution in the future could be like how Save-On, remember when it was still overweighty in the 1990s in the old City Furniture Building? Wendy would know. She's been around a long time.
Bring them inside.
But when they used to bring them right at the front door, where everything used to be kind of along the side of the 2 swinging doors at the front, maybe that would be the solution, because then they would be secure and it would inside the building. Not convenient for any of the staff, but that's how they used to store them 30 years ago.
And I don't think that we're going to solve this company's problem.
No.
So, but I feel like we have direction now. We can come back with some estimations around what our costs are for West to do this work, and what might be a reasonable or palatable service fee, and how we're going to bill to that.
We'll leave that with you.
Yeah, fun.
Everybody okay? We're going to move on then.
So your worship, council, will move on to development services. So requests for the development services team include FTEs, legal costs, and updating the building bylaw. If council recalls, 3 positions were previously approved on 1-year terms. So there was 2 planner roles and a clerk role. We did fill planner role for half of a year here in 2023. And so the first FTE request relates to hiring the clerk on a permanent basis for 24 to support the team in e-permitting, records management, etc., and also to do some succession planning and coverage within the team. And then the second request is for a permanent, more senior planner role, scope to include subdivision work. These requests are summarized in the table below, and the Director of Development Services is here. Council.
And Mr. Mayor, sorry, one of the things, so you see the billing bylaw update, that would be our request to go out for a consultant to do this work. However, we will endeavor to do as much of this work in-house because we're finding consultant fees for this type of work. Either we're unable to find a consultant like we, our issue with the rates and fees bylaw, or it's astronomical and becoming unreasonable for us to be able to pay it. So some of these things that have been hanging over heads, we're going to attempt to do in-house, and we may then use legal support to review for us some of these bylaws. But if it means spending $100,000 on something we thought should only take $30,000 of work, we will try and endeavor to do those for some cost savings. We're still building it in because we can't guarantee, but we're going to attempt to do that.
Yeah, just if I may, I'd like to just provide a little bit of rationale for the reason behind these requests. I really appreciate the expediency at which the term positions were supported last year, but term positions are quite hard to fill because a one-year term role, you can't really get skilled technicians in, especially from out of town. So we had, one planner role successfully filled, one almost hired, but then took another position in Calgary where she was located. And unfortunately, the clerk position didn't work out. And so what that does to our team is we're training all these new staff for very short amounts of time. As you know, we have one very senior staff who's been here over 20 years, and she's sitting at the front counter. And we are looking for succession planning. We so much is in her head, and we really want to start transferring that knowledge down to a technical planning clerk. It would support, we are very, very close to signing the contract for the e-permitting. So I appreciate that budget being approved last year for this year. So transitioning the department from this, paper system to an online system that supports, customer service for developers, processes subdivisions in a timely fashion. When I was at the training in October for the approving officer course for subdivisions, I was chatting at just the volume of sheer files that we have in the department for the size of community that we are and the staff that we have. And almost everybody I talked to, from Burnaby to Trail to Vernon to Kamloops, jaws almost dropped to the floor. So I just want to share that really when we talk to these others, we are seeing high volumes, complex files. We do have large subdivision files on our plates, and we do want to move them forward as best as we can in-house. So we want to provide good service. And the one other request I want to add in here is if approved, I would really like to request an approval in principle. So we aren't waiting until June, because we work seasonally, as many departments do. Our construction season is really, really busy for us. So in order to do back-end stuff like bylaw reviews, transitioning to e-permitting, we try to do that in our winter months so that we can be ready to go, have the information for the developers that's new, and builders in town that's new application forms, everything kind of January, March, and then we hit the construction season and they're kind of understanding the new process and things like that. So we're really trying to make it as simple for everybody at all sides here. So.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Questions, council? Anyone? Seeing none, Councilor Trani?
So as I just mentioned, we're finalizing some contract details here. We have to work through some privacy impact assessments, want to make sure that they're not collecting any data, as this is a cloud permitting software that isn't, that we're not, that's not to the satisfaction of the city. So we're finalizing that. I really hope to sign that contract before the end of the year, if possible, and then purchase the software. Implementation is the back end, so we do have to do all of our data entry, get everything, and we are hoping to come online for the building department as the first phase in March or April of next year. Yeah.
For software.
Councillor Egan?
Do we?
Do we have a signed contract?
Not yet. No.
Probably should not.
Okay.
What I can share though maybe is that we've done a lot of demos with multiple software companies, and the one that we're leaning towards has been implemented by Penticton as well as Pemberton. So I'll just share that.
For was our half funding, the housing accelerator funding, to try and use that funding to offset some of the costs of the e-permitting, because that was part of our application. However, that hasn't come through. They're behind on approvals for that. And that's why one of the reasons why we're very good with, it's ideal for us to do one portion, which is the building section. And then hopefully we'll have the, for the rest of it, for the cost of the rest of it, hopefully we'll have a response on the half funding and be able to cost recover that through that grant, so that we can not expend any more funds on that directly.
Lacey, just a quick question on that. Do you know how long the licensing is for before upgrades have to happen on the permitting? Like, is this a 5, 10, and how many seats do we get with it, which means how many people can actually operate on it at the same time? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, those are great questions. I believe this is, I'm trying to remember the contract terms. I believe that this is by population size. Okay. So that's how they do their fees. And then also for licensing, I think the terms of their agreement, they were hoping to do a 3-year term and then we would renew, but we're also asking for some additional clauses in there so that there's no cancellation fee or things like that. And that's why we want to try building the building department as almost like a pilot with them, see how that works, see how builders respond to that, how that's going. And then if it's really successful, then we'll move that towards planning, subdivision, and also hopefully maybe business licensing as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions on this? CFO, back to you.
We'll transition to page 68 and the other side of development services in terms of economic development. So council will note some scope changes from year to year. It's primarily the absence of some grant funded projects that are coming out of the budget next year, as well as the centralization of advertising spend within the communication team's budget. Council will also note that there's a big drop between 25 and 26. So we've got a couple grant projects still funded and on the go in 24 and 25, and then those are anticipated to be finished by the end of 25, and so we will see a step down in costs thereafter. Some additional scope in the portfolio, and CAO White will answer any questions in terms of the specific requests. I'll walk through a few of the areas and then we'll get into the capital request for that portfolio. On the expense side, part of community services lives in the general government, and these costs really relate to the operation of the City Hall building. Scope change primarily relates to some scope requirements for elevator inspections, as well as some security costs. So you do see a small uptick in costs from last year or this year. There's also some City Hall capital premise in the budget, so you'll notice that there's $48,000 in 2025. We kind of mentioned last night that we are anticipating using some climate grant funding to do that fluorescent light upgrade in the building. On the next page, it's the main kind of section of the portfolio in terms of recreation and cultural services. There is requests for the emergency response coordinator position in this area. Scope primarily reflects the absence of the curling rink roof grant that was done this year, as well as the absence of the majority of Claybank's RV costs. In discussions with the outgoing director of recreation and facilities, we had agreed that when Claybanks is open and ready and a management strategy and all of those things are in place, that we can always come back to council with a budget amendment in terms of premising the revenue and the cost from a certain point next year when it's ready. There's also a little bit of an offset in the scope space. There was some wages that weren't captured in the budget, so that we're not actually adding any people. It was just a little bit of miss there and corrected for plan. As we transition to rec and facilities capital, there is some projects carrying over into next year, and then we've got a long list of things to discuss in terms of council prioritization. So I'll pass things off to CAO White.
And I have Mr. Zackel here who has been acting, so I'm actually going to get him to pull up a chair just in case I need him. He can come visit with me. So we have some things that are, and they're all in your package. All the capital requests are in your package for this section. We have a group of projects that are sort of the higher priority. So we have some enunciator paddles. You'll see some fire, like the Cadet Hall fire suppression monitoring system, the CPO fire suppression monitoring system. I think there was one other one of those ones. Oh, the lawn bowling building suppression monitoring system. So these things were not caught. They should have been dealt with. So those are some of the big priority ones for us, is getting those because of staff and public safety. Relatively inexpensive overall per. And again, this is where we would like you, if you feel like something we're bringing forward is not a priority, you just let us know. Okay? Why did I not bring my glasses down? The Civic Center, we actually have a group of things that needs to be done in the Civic Center and in the arena and the aquatic center that are shown over a number of years, like flooring and siding for the Civic Center and a roof for the Civic Center. There's some HVAC issues in some of the buildings. And one of the things, we've got them spread out, but one of the things we're going to do is we're going to evaluate and make some inquiries with, there's a green public buildings fund. It's one of the federal funds where we can use any retrogrades or upgrades that we do to a building that is public access, and we improve the carbon footprint of it. We can apply for this funding. So there's some things here around pumps that we may be able to access as well for that, because if we come up with a pump that's more energy efficient, that we may be able to access some of that stuff. So there are some things here that are fairly high priority, but ultimately we're going to, if we want to try and access these things, we will have to take some time to do an evaluation and apply for funding. So those are like the HVAC systems, as I said. Do need to move on. The dehumidifier in the arena. No, is that, yeah, that's the arena. You know, that's a $33,000 replacement. If we can risk manage it for a year, we may be able to wrap it up into this if we are able to find something that's more efficient. So there are some high needs things, but it might be worth us doing some more research on some of those to find grant funding. One of the ones is the players' benches in 2024 at the arena. Players on our junior A hockey team are sitting on stairs because they don't have enough room on the benches. You'll see some park interior renovations. And I believe that's ultimately the washrooms, correct? Yeah. That we need to start looking at, as well as some lighting projects for the bathrooms, exterior lighting, going to LED. So that's the majority of those kind of higher needs ones.
What would you say your top 5 are?
Well, ultimately, we do need to start looking at the floor mechanical room. The floor of the aquatic center mechanical room is rotting.
Oh, wrong.
Okay. Well, it's not
It's
safe.
to the point where it's been shored up and secured, and
Yeah.
The floor of which room?
the upper mechanical room at the aquatic center.
Yeah. So that's yeah. Like we don't want no. That's good. We don't want anybody falling.
Where do
through.
I see that?
Sorry, it is well there's 65,000 in 2024 for
okay.
the design. So that would be a high priority because then we could initiate it and or see if we can wrap it into our retrofit plan. That's
And-
a turn.
And just so you're aware, this same issue was brought to us when I was on council in 2018, and it was bad then. So we decided to push it, and I think we've pushed it as far as
Maybe
we
we
can.
first manage it as far
Yeah.
as we are going to go.
Councillor Charney. Sorry.
So that's definitely one we need to move on. The fire suppression systems need to get done, and those are relatively, the biggest problem with those is that the time to get them, right? They're relatively inexpensive, but we are going to have to get them, and there could be a delay on those. The other ones, there's some things like, the bathrooms. We want to get some proper lighting on the exterior of those bathrooms for public safety. And there's also, we are looking to do a Fortis energy study. And is there anything else you think is super, super high?
I think the Fortis Energy Study is one of our highest ones because that will also roll into possible grant funding for a lot of our projects, like our HVAC systems or dehumidifiers. So getting that study done early would set us up for great projects for the upcoming years.
Yeah.
And where's that listed?
That is
2024.
It's in 2024.
About 6 down. It's 50,000.
The floor in the mechanical room?
No. Right below replacement of sound system.
Oh.
Gas reduction
Okay.
grant study.
The other one that's not on here right now I don't remember where it is. It's not in 2024, but we probably should do an assessment of the volume in the aquatic center, the residual noise for the staff, because it's quite loud, and staff who work an 8-hour shift in there, it can be quite problematic. So we also may want to look at elevating up putting sound baffles in. Yeah.
We used to have them in there once.
Yeah, they got taken down for some reason.
I think they just wore out, to be honest.
I don't know, do acoustic baffles.
It wasn't the bath, it was more of it was tarping
Yeah.
and sails and
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
stuff like
yeah.
that.
So I think that for the health and safety of our staff, you might wanna. It's also very hard to teach swimming lessons safely when you're yelling at the children because you can't be heard.
Got that listed in 2020.
Yeah, but I think we need to start looking at the cost of those and see if we can. That would be my personal preference, having worked in an aquatic center in a similar situation. Painful.
All right, Councillor Egan, you okay?
Sorry, yeah.
Councillor Charney?
engineered. It's a second level, and we have heavy pieces of equipment sitting on it, so it has to be engineered. So we need an engineering design. We can't just replace from what it was to what it is now. That is so old that it no longer meets building code or engineering standards, safety standards. So we do have to take it to engineering.
Your best bet here, Wendy, would be to take a tour of it because there's actually rebar showing. You can see the rebar through it, and you can see some of the framing. Some of the cement has fallen away, so you'd be re-engineering something that is already weak. So there's no sense replacing it. It's done. I've seen it up close. So.
Is there anything else?
Do you have anything else, Councillor Charney? Well, the lawn bowl building suppression monitor system, we have the ROC in there, and we also have I think the pickleball people have it, do they not? So
Can I answer this to Your Honor through Councillor Charney? Already on the lawn bowling, CPO and Cadet Hall fire suppression systems. We don't have a monitoring system for those fire suppression systems. They have dry valve systems in them. We ran into an issue where the Cadet Hall system froze and blew during the winter, and it was lucky that we were just doing a run-through assessment, but we found it with water running in it. There was some damage done in the back room, but there's no monitoring system for the alarm to be notified or fire department to be notified, and these are facilities that can run very high dollars if we don't keep them protected.
Systems would be lumped together. They're all highly necessary. I mean, I'm going to say this, and I think I argued against this yesterday. Many of these things in here are in 2024 are things that we need to either do an engineering or study on, or are very small purchases versus heavy work, like large workloads for the staff. So the capacity is a bit different here. You know, we could purchase an ice machine for $5,000. There's no work on that. He just goes out and purchases an ice machine, right? Some of the things are a bit higher work, like, you know, replacing the sound system would be great, but maybe that's not the highest priority. But some of these other ones where we have to order equipment, knowing that some things that we used to be able to get in a few weeks are now months out, for things like this fire suppression monitoring systems, the HVAC systems.
HVAC's is 6 months out.
6 months out for the HVAC system. You know, so those are the things where we may not finish this list of 2024, but it's getting the work done to make sure that we either find grant money or we do it in the most sort of cost-effective, cohesive way. But, you know, definitely hockey players' bums are getting bigger.
well,
They're bigger.
hockey players are
They're
getting bigger. Chief, did you want to respond to the fire suppression issue? I'll get you to come to the mic, Dave, because we are live and in charge here.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment that the requirement for the monitoring of the fire suppression system is a requirement of the BC Building Code, and it is something that the fire department enforces through our fire safety inspections, and we would do that to any other occupancy within the community. So this would be the same requirement that we would hold our city buildings up to as well.
Thank you. Councillor Richard. Oh, Councillor Charney, are you done?
Well, I hope so.
Councillor Richard.
Yes, I hope so. You have many comments, Wendy. But one thing I have to say is maybe you don't remember from last year in November when we did the tour of the Aquatic Center, and it was expressed to us in not very good lighting about how much work was needed there. So just to remind you, perhaps November 15th, 2022, when we went through there, circa 2 p.m., to refresh your memory since you seem to have forgotten. Oh, I could tell you them all, but due to Privacy Act. Anyway, that is a big project. We went through there. Maybe you don't remember. I do. And I think yesterday we sure talked about parks at length and fountains. And that aquatic center is used by as many people, if not more, than the parks. And if you can talk about parks, I can talk about the aquatic center. And I think that we need to get. Mm-hmm. Guy. About looking up top. Anyway, we need the design.
Yeah.
Fountains are out.
Yeah, that floor was, is pretty much done, so.
It's long in the tooth and overdue. Yeah. Mm.
The director is former director and the acting director put in here a couple of things like those interior like the bathroom interiors, right? Those are yearly. Those are things that we're doing every year because of damage. Same thing with gym equipment, like fitness equipment. Those things wear out, right? And we buy probably commercial level equipment. We don't buy personal use equipment, and they wear out, and it's hard sometimes to get parts for the older equipment. And so these are the kinds of things where you might just want to agree that we're going to put a budget line, a capital reoccurring budget line for those kinds of items. So for the building renovations in the park and for the gym equipment, you know, if that's over, you know, every year, maybe each of those is $10,000 just every year in that capital plan for regular updates and work that must happen in those facilities. And then, you know, we haven't talked about putting a reserve together for this department, but you may want to consider that because this facilities deals with every public or every city-owned building and the maintenance and care of those buildings. So City Hall, your rec facilities, your outdoor washrooms, anything with a roof that we own is the responsibility of this department. So, you know, maybe when we're talking about this and you want to see us, you know, we're able to, let's say we're able to get some grant funding to, from the green funds to be able to do some retrofits, and what we're going to try and sell it as is it's like the 3 buildings are one kind of thing, even though they're not. But we're going to need some matching dollars. So, you know, you may want to start thinking about how also we need to fund those things, because the retrofit of a pool, I've done it. It's very expensive, right? So, you know, maybe you need to be thinking about a contribution, an annual contribution to reserve for facilities that's specific to facilities.
Councillor Egan.
Yes, I was just thinking that that's a really good idea to have a reserve fund for all of this. Also, I like your idea about, I think $10,000 is a little bit on the low side for replacing equipment and things like that, but we could figure out an average, I'm sure, if you went back the last 10 years.
I can give you a sense that a commercial level treadmill is going to run you a minimum of $8,000. So that would be one piece of equipment replaced. If we did one large piece of equipment every year, and we rotated that, you know, I don't know how many pieces of equipment, Dave, if you can tell me how many pieces of equipment or an estimation.
We're looking at, but we're trying to get longevity out of it. Trying to replace one a year. Really, it's about, you're absolutely right, $8,000 per machine. Simply longevity, but each machine as best we can.
Yeah.
But if you also have a slush fund of some sort for all
We don't
this
like the word
lighting,
slush fund, I'll say that.
whatever you want to call it then, for, what was,
Yeah, no, I know
I
what
don't
you
know
mean.
if it's a reserve fund because it's an R&M fund,
Yeah.
repairs and maintenance fund for repairing lights and broken this and broken that.
Yeah.
And I use the pool 3 times a week, and the treadmill that I use, I've been using for 5 years, and in order to get it going, I have to whack it. Seriously, I have to give
It's
it a
like
whack,
pawns.
because that red button pops up, because it sticks. But I mean, it works great. And every once in a while, when you're coming down and you want to go down just 0.5 degrees, it goes all the way down to like -15. And the next thing you're like, oh my God.
You're running
So
down the hill.
it is having some issues, but I've been going steady for 5 years. So
And
that
that's
machine's been going steady for 5 years.
That's a great, in my experience, that's a great life expectancy for
Yep.
some of those machines. Like,
Yep.
I've seen them last 2 to 3 years, and you're spending $8,000 on something that lasts 2 to 3 years.
And,
right? That's
you know,
valuable.
talking about the aquatic center, it's very special to a lot of people, especially the older folks in the morning that come in and do their, in the therapy pool, do their training and stuff. We have some, an older lady that comes in a wheelchair and the staff help her, but it's her whole day. The kids love it. My granddaughter swims all the time. So it's a very important piece of equipment that we have, and we need to
Yeah.
take care of it.
And I think, Councillor Egan's right on there. I think if we're looking at, is it 10,000, is it 15,000 for each of those things, right? For larger replacements or larger pieces of work for the public bathrooms, or larger replacement for, maybe we can do a big and a small piece of equipment, like some of the benches are relatively less expensive. That's a possibility. So really it is, what is a number that you guys would feel comfortable with if we did that as a recurring budget line in our capital?
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm thinking for all facilities. If you'd have X number of dollars for all facilities. As opposed, and then the department could figure out where they want to spend.
In some cases, right, that would be in the operational budget, because we have to justify it as capital. We can't call everything capital. Some of it is repair and maintenance, and so it would go into the maintenance budget, which I think you have a maintenance budget. And so when we know there's something a bit bigger, that's when we can start using our capital dollars, which would be things like gas tax and those grants. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Charney?
So we've just increased the rates and fees, or we're bringing you the new rates and fees bylaw. So for an adult, I believe, I want to say we raised it to $5 a day. Absolutely not. We charge for very low rates. We charge very low rates for publicly owned buildings, facilities, and for not-for-profits. So if you wanted to go to the Y in a larger community like Kamloops or Kelowna, those kinds of places, if you're taking your family in, it is easily going to be $25 to $30 to use the aquatic center. We charge $5 for an adult, and I think $3.50 for a child is our new rate. So, and for family, it's like $11.
I get a senior card for 30 days, and it costs me $29. And I can go all day, every day if I wish to. Dave, are you done, Councillor Charney? Dave, just a question. We're going to zip down to 2026. The Rotary Park bandshell gate replacement. Now, one of the reasons we're replacing that is because the characters in town kept ripping it off. Are we going to be able to have a replacement where it's going, is this the gate to the bandshell or the gate to the entrance of the park? Okay. Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry. I believe, sorry, Your Honor. I believe that gate is to the bandshell itself, because during the winter months, we have special needs people that are encamping in there and creating fires, and just for security reasons of not burning down one of our facilities.
So have we looked at different designs that can't be torn off and ripped apart? Because I know at one point we were constantly spending money trying to put that gate back in, and finally we just said forget it because it was just so done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked at a couple quotes, got a couple quotes for, and I don't know what the prices were offline, but for a cage style versus a solid shell. I reached out to some of the municipalities down in the Fraser Valley, and they recommended to go to the solid style because the encampments were using the cage style to hook their tents to and
Right.
tie onto.
Way
Right.
easier to get out.
And so they had just done an upgrade to a whole bunch that with cage, and they just replaced them, he says, so.
Councillor Richard?
I was just adding to the gym part, I think dropping at the fitness gym is $10, and they don't have a pool, so if an adult is paying $5, it's a good deal. And they don't have, you know, saunas and everything, it's just a gym. They have good equipment and a lot of it, but
Well,
that's a deal.
there's also two rates. If you go in, you can pay for the gym.
Yeah.
And the pool, or just the gym, or just the pool.
And
People
we've-
get good
we've
value.
removed that,
Yeah.
right? Like, we're just gonna, it gets super complicated.
Yeah.
We're just going with one rate, use the facility.
Yeah,
What a
it's well
buzzkill.
used and a good
I
value.
know, I'm terrible. I'm a horrible human being.
Councillor Egan?
Yeah, now what was I gonna say?
Don't know.
Yeah,
Talking about the
I
gate?
lost it.
Talking about the pool?
Oh, yeah, about the gates. No, there's a grant. I'm wondering if the city still falls into this. There's a new grant out by the province for vandalism.
I think that's vandalism to small business, though.
It could be just business
Yeah.
vandalism, because they keep stealing
Yeah.
the wheels off my gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, third time.
So I guess we're at the point where we decide what's top dog here. So I think the comment from the chief automatically moves all of the suppression systems to the top of the table. Because I'm worried also too, if we have an issue where we do get damage and we have no monitoring, then we probably have no insurance. Am I correct on that? Well, I'm just wondering because,
We would really have to check our insurance policy to see if there's
Okay.
any.
push your button.
If somebody gets hurt, it doesn't matter what our insurance coverage is.
No, I'm not worried about
No,
her.
no, I
I'm
know,
worried
I'm saying-
about it breaks and we have to end up doing all the drywall and the floor and everything
Yeah,
else.
I mean,
And if
yeah,
we didn't have a
it's-
suppression system in there monitoring it,
Yeah.
whose fault really is that?
We
You
would,
know, It would be our fault.
You,
So,
yeah, we have this conversation every day.
yeah, I
we
know.
should make sure we don't have a warranty on an insurance policy that requires us to have that, otherwise it would void coverage. But
Yeah,
anyway.
we'll have to check that. Yeah.
So that would be 3 right off the get-go.
Those are not jobs, like, that's gonna be an order, get somebody professional
Of
to
course.
install it. So,
Yeah.
not a high capacity job.
Mhm.
Dave could do that in a day.
So that would be the fire suppression for the cadet hall, the CPO, and where's the other one? Lawn bowling, yes. So that leaves us 2 more. That, or 3, whatever. I mean, I think the NVAC floor mechanical room design, I think is a must. Because the last thing we need is that falling. Councillor Egan? Councillor Egan?
Then you have the gas reduction grant study, and you wanted to start that, right?
That gives us 5.
Okay, the other thing that I was looking at is that you're just above that, it says replacement of the sound system. I wouldn't replace the sound system until you put the acoustic noise baffles in. Yeah,
The need of upgrading, that is a definite for sure, but yeah, I would agree with putting sound baffles study in there for sure, and then work.
before
from
you buy
there,
a sound system.
Before you
yeah.
get a sound system, yeah.
So everybody okay with those items? Now, CFO, I just got a question. So we go ahead and we do all of this and we get to the end of the budget time. And if we have some room to move, we can look back on a few things that if we want to move them forward, or I'm just wondering if we can come back to some of these items a little later, or
Certainly you're
once
right.
we move past them, that's it, like time's up?
No, so what I'm trying to get a sense to start is prioritization.
Yes.
So we can work the funding.
Okay.
Because we have such a large gap between what we can afford and what some of these requests are, haven't worked any of that yet. Once we have these priorities, we can start identifying where they will be funded from, so we can look for eligibility from gas tax reserves, etc. Come back with that plan and see where we're at.
Okay, thank you. So those are the 5 items we have. Is everybody okay with those? The 3 fire suppression systems. The for the gas study. And the mechanical room design. And then there's a whole pile of other things that we could revisit later if we have to, if there's some room to move. I mean, one of the things I think that we have to talk about doing is lengthening the benches, because it's pretty bush league that these guys have got to sit on a bench or sit on the floor or sit on a, you know, I mean, we got an older arena, I get that, but, you know, we got to start thinking about how we look out to the rest of the world when we have teams coming in.
I have to tell you a funny story, and I meant to tell it to Staffy earlier. I used to, when I lived in Fort Smith, I coached a lot of minor hockey, and I coached the littles, right, like the U7s and stuff. And we used to go over to the neighboring town, which was about 3 hours away, and they only had one door into each bench, and the bench was about this high off of the ice, like the door in was about this high off of the ice, and then the benches were about, they were 2-tiered. The top tier was about this high, and the bottom tier was just a bit lower. We used to have to grab kids by their shoulder pads and pick them up and move them out of the way so other kids could get out on the ice. Like that's a bad bench. So if we can spend $18,000 and make some improvements here,
That's your workout. Gonna move on here. If nobody has any other questions, we're gonna move on.
Is there any notional ranges on amounts you'd like to explore in terms of the setting of a reserve fund for some of these other capital items? It would help me if you could give me 1 or 2, 3 amounts, and we could see what could be packaged up with that.
Well, Councilor Egan, you were kind of moving that forward. What would you feel comfortable with? Button. Who's got the button? You.
I was thinking in the $20,000 to $50,000 range.
20 to 50?
Yeah. Well, it depends. And it depends if you're talking about just the arena, or if you're talking about all facilities. You know,
So
it could be
we would
20 to
probably-
100.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just, we're looking at it, right? We're not committing nothing.
Right.
Nope. We're just looking what that would look like. And
I'd
I
like
think,
to see how many of these things.
Yeah, I think
fit
it's a good
in
idea
those
that we do that.
ranges.
and I guess the other one, so we have their top 5 that we're going to kind of actively work on, but is council also open to this sort of recurring budget line item for the park bathrooms and the gym equipment replacement? So if we said 10 or something like that for each of those over the next, well, recurring for as long as we can manage it, as a regular item, then that would help. No, not really as a reserve. Like it would just be that's we know that's how much we're going to spend, and it would come out of the overall budget.
would that not be the reserve that we're trying to put away?
Well, I think with the reserve that you're trying to put away, you're actually trying to put away more than this, because you want to make sure that you have money for some of these other things coming forward too, like the the brine pump replacement and the pulling up the, dealing with the mechanical room floor construction. And there was another one that I thought was big. I mean, when we do the brine pump replacement and the brine line replacement, if there's anywhere where we end up having to jackhammer up any concrete, right, because the brine lines are what go under the ice surface. So if for some reason we need to do anything there, that will be a big unexpected cost, right? So we want to have that reserve in addition to these 2 recurring.
So when we move these models forward, like the brine pump replacement, I'm assuming the curling rink also uses the same brine pump. Is this correct? Okay. Now I know we get X amount of dollars from TNRD every year to help out with the people who don't live in the community to use these facilities. When we move stuff like this and do we actually move their contribution a little bit to help cover that, or how does that go?
Well, I think we can, but we also have to consider what we have to review. I think, Mr. Mayor, that's something that, you'll have to help us instigate, is a review of the contribution that they're making. Because I don't know if you remember, I'm going to say this because it was quite shocking to us. Remember the Enbridge fellow who came and told us about what they're doing? And he said specifically in one of his slides that we receive $3 million in tax revenue via the TNRD for their contribution of taxes.
No.
And the CFO's like giving me the look across the table, and I'm looking at him like, I don't think we get that. So we don't really, if we're supposed to be getting $3 million from Enbridge via the TNRD, where they pay their taxes, are we?
That's a question for me to ask, I guess.
Yeah. And if that we should be, how are the taxes that we collect on their behalf for TNRD and their contributions to our facilities balance out?
Well, here's a neat point. I have TNRD tomorrow and
Yeah,
there's question
you
period.
sure do.
So I'll ask that question. I'll use Mr. Latendre's deal there. Councillor Charney.
So it would really depend on what kind of level of risk we're trying to manage with that reserve. So if council would just turn back a page to page 70, when we were looking at trying to plan out beyond the bylaw window, so beyond that 5-year plan, the outgoing director of Rec and Facilities has an estimate for that brine line replacement of 2.3 million in 2031. So that's the type of risk that we would face if we actually had to go in and do that work. And so, it's really a matter of, that's just one example of a risk that we face in the future. We don't know exactly when that risk will materialize, but essentially if we're trying to build reserves to fund at least a portion of some of these things, that's the level of dollars that could have cash outlays for in the future. So it's almost like a direction on percentage of the level of risk we want to try and fund. What would we be comfortable with? In my opinion, starting with at least something and getting going on that conversation that can be updated every year as we go through the budgeting process would be a good first start.
Councillor Egan.
I don't think that we'll be able to determine that until we look at the whole budget.
CFO, we're moving on. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Councillor Logan.
So when we talk about budget, we can be realistic, we can be worst case scenario, we can be run a best case scenario. I'm afraid that I feel like we are running a best case scenario right now. I don't think that it's going to be feasible. We understand that we have in operational deficit already of 2 million, right? So we are right now trying to do the capital request here. So by putting forward all these priorities, I thought I was going to be trying to minimize what it was required. Right now we are putting a lot of priorities forward, which we are not approving them, but we are going to be discussing them. But still, I feel like with all these, to answer to CAO question, yes, council is open to put that money to reserve in the additional money to the other pot. But is that really feasible? I don't think so.
If I may answer to that.
Yes, please.
I think, yes, best and worst case scenarios, somewhere in the middle. We're not sure where we're landing right now, right? And I think if it's something where council said, okay, what does a $25,000 a year reserve to rec and facilities look like in the overall picture, then the director, the CFO can come back with a number. So if it seems like you want to say, okay, let's talk about what $25,000 a year looks like, and we'll give you a number. Or let's talk about 25 and 50 and what's the difference, right? Like, can we do that where we say, okay, this is what $25,000 a year contribution would look like? This is what $50,000 a year contribution would look like. Because ultimately, you've got a lot of capital stuff that we are risk managing, and some of it we can't. We can totally push it back a year or two to help build up those reserves and find grants, right? But the provincial and the federal government aren't getting any richer either. So we may see some slowing down of some of this stuff. The idea around, like, when the director is, or the CFO is talking about our operational requests, ultimately at the end of the day, hopefully today, we'll have a good sense from you guys of where you'd like us to find the money. So he's presented you with a strategy of, here's what we've got. We need to find some savings within the organization, and we need to pull something from our current operating reserve, or current reserve, because we're not going to find $700,000 of savings. We might be able to raise a few revenues here and there that we haven't been consistent on, but we're not finding $700,000. That's a lot of money in an organization this size. So if that model suits you, then the CFO and I will go back and we'll meet with the directors, and if you say, okay, let's talk about the savings we could have if we went to every 2 weeks for garbage collection, we would bring you that. If you said, okay, let's close the pool once or twice a week, or let's reduce the hours at the arena by 3, and people have to fit into those hours, right? That means maybe somebody has less practices. Let's make sure that if people are renting facilities on stat holidays, that we're cost recovering. That same thing with the carts, where we're cost recovering non-essential services that are we don't want the general populace to have to pay for, right? We want the person who is they're impacting our organization and the community. Yeah, exactly, right? And that, so the fees for the carts, the fees for if we have to have staff working on a stat holiday because somebody's rented a facility, right? We can do that stuff, and we can cost recover on some of that stuff. But ultimately, we need you guys to give us a sense of where you think the community will be most open to a reduction in service, because that is ultimately what we're talking about. And it might not be forever, but right now, to make this work over the next few years, we need to find those savings. We have worked really hard to try and find some in staffing. We have done a lot of work, the CO and I, on the rates and fees to get those things up to an adequate level. We identify that, one of the benefits of things like the water meters is that right now there's a fee for a single family dwelling, and there's a fee for a single family dwelling with a secondary, but there's no fee for that if the secondary dwelling or secondary unit is not licensed, if it's an illegal unit. So we're not getting any revenue from that. Whereas with water meters, we would know actual consumption, right? So we've got to find ways to make sure that the work we're doing and the services we're providing are being paid adequately, so that we don't get into a position like this anymore. And then we can go with those, like, if it's $25,000 of reserve, well, that's $25,000 a year better than we were doing, right? Sorry, that was a bit of a rant. I apologize.
So, no, thank you. I 100%, I am with you. So I just want council to understand 2 things here. We can keep going the way how other councils, prior councils have been doing, relying on reserves. But it was my understanding since yesterday that we don't want to do that. We want to be able to put the reserves, not to withdraw money from the reserves. So right now we have to make a decision here whether we want to see a reduction in services, which I would not like to see that to happen, or we have to increase the taxes to be able to maintain the same type of services here. So while we have that in mind, so I just want you to have that in mind while we are putting all these priorities forward. So that's going to be important to understand, to have a realistic scenario at the end of the day, and it's going to be easier for them to come up with that final scenario to us.
And we'll most likely address that situation before the end of the night. So, any other questions? Maybe we take 5 minutes? Everybody, let's take 5 minutes and we'll all be back. I think we're done. Yep. Yep.
of those requirements this year in terms of pulling registries and doing registered mail, paying bailiffs to serve people. There's going to be a lot of unknowns as we start to face costs for things like substitute service next year. And so I factored in some provision towards that, but we're ultimately going to have to learn experience as we go, just what that looks like in terms of meeting the new provincial requirements. So I have put forward a notional amount towards that, but it is an unknown and a risk. In the other government services and bank fee side of things, this is things like insurance, telephone, postage, bank charges, etc. It's really just some inflation that we're capturing from year to year. I do want to spend a few minutes on the last piece on page 74 and just get some council head nods and direction, and that relates to the transit side of things. So we do see some pretty significant inflation on the cost side from year to year. I've also looked back to 2019 as a proxy for a pre-flood, pre-COVID type world and compared the budget that BC Transit has presented on the revenue side and the cost side to what that looked like before various things impacted transit ridership. So if I compare 2024 revenues versus 2019, there's a $3,000 increase in revenues between next year where we were in 2019. There's a $108,000 change cost. And so essentially what that means is that our level of subsidization that has to occur through property tax has increased exponentially during that time. Revenues up 3, costs up 108. If I look at the transit plan for 2026, which is the end of their 3-year plan versus that 2019 window, revenues are up $5,000, costs are up $157,000. And so if we want to continue providing even the same level of service, there might be things that we want to consider. You might want to provide us some direction in terms of pursuing user fee change processes with BC Transit. So that's one possible path. If we want to keep the level of service, then we have to be aware that that additional cost that's being passed to us is going to have to come out of property tax. And so it would help me get some direction that council's comfortable with that occurring, or what the possible paths might be from your perspective.
So just a quick question. What is Transit's, what do they throw into this? Like what is their amount that they throw into for Transit for us? Or to work with us?
So I'd have to go back and verify, but there is a cost sharing in a municipality in the province. I have to go back and confirm the exact percentage and what line items that applies to. So that's something that we could come back to in another session, but notionally you could think of it as half and half.
And you know, reason I ask is because if we're looking at a situation where we're going to start changing fare rates, I know they have to be involved in that, but we also have to take into consideration a lot of people that ride the bus do not have a vehicle or are on the lower scale. So I think, you know, we have to see what the cost is now, what the cost would raise, what we can get close to. I seriously doubt we're going to get to the point where we can break even by the way it looks. So that's just me. Councillor Egan?
Oh. I can wait till we're finished this section.
Oh, okay. Councillor Charney?
And that would be something that might not take into, there would be a time lapse involved, but it would be helpful if we want to pursue that direction for us to be able to at least initiate that process as quickly as possible, recognizing that this might not be fully factored into next year's budget. This would really be in preparation for 25. It's more, I feel the need to make sure council's aware that that level of subsidization municipality compounding annually. And if we're okay with that, that's a priority of council. No issue, just want to make sure that we know that that difference has to be the tax levy.
So, yeah.
And I think if council wants to give us the direction at this time for us to explore not just the ridership fees, the level of that we're getting revenue, but maybe go back and find a way for us to renegotiate with BC Transit on their level of contribution and making sure that it's it's growing as it should, just like ours is being required to grow, right? Like we want to make sure. So if you would like to give us that direction, the CFO can put that on his project list for this year. Of course, it won't necessarily impact anything this year financially, but if we do it, we may be able to look at it in 2025, or at least in 2026 when they come to the end of their 3-year plan. But it's definitely going to take some research, and it may take some advocacy work on council's part.
Okay, just a quick question, does the addition of the new bus, is that what's increasing the cost?
So we did add that 4th bus, and we are responsible for essentially paying that capital within the fares or within the charge that built to the municipality. So you can almost think of that as we're making a contribution towards the leasing of that bus. So that's built into the expenses that we're paying. So while it's not direct capital for us, it's basically built into that we're required to pay.
Okay, so that has
Yes.
a direct reflection on that. Okay.
That's Richard.
I know that when Transit was here a couple months ago, they mentioned that Merritt has, for a small community, one of the higher takes of ridership. And so I think that when we try and negotiate a percentage of what we're paying, I can't remember what the percentages were, some fairly substantial amounts. I don't know about 50-50, but it was quite a bit that we're subsidizing. But one thing, I mean, if we're having quite high numbers, maybe we can get them to, agree to increasing the cost. Maybe it's 10-15%, I don't know. But I think we have our annual visit from them normally around March or April. Typically, that's what it was last year. But I don't know if they'll be doing a tour through BC, or because they were just here in October, they'll be back. But I think if we don't start asking now that, well, just like our water and sewer reserve, if we don't increase it now or try to, we're going to really be behind, in that 75,000 subsidized amount. It's going to just keep getting worse. So, thanks.
Yeah, I don't think it would be hard to get Transit to come at any point in time. They're always open for an invite.
So can we take that, Mr. Mayor, as
Yes.
direction of council to proceed with figuring out what we need to do and engaging in those negotiations or conversations?
Yep. Councilor Charney? Yep, I think the flavor is to take that away, CFO, and see what can be worked on and where we can go with that. So I think we need some answers. I think for many years we were always on top of Transit, and I think we need to be on top of them again and get a little bit. I know the coast has a transit authority that is all on everything. So I'm not saying we need a transit authority, but I think we need to be a little bit more on that, because after a while you get complacent and don't realize what's happening. You hear that we have 85,000 riders per year per capita, right? And you think, hey, everything's fine. And then you get this and you find out, well, wait a minute, not everything is fine. So when you have that many riders, Obviously, we need to have a fair change at some point in time to help with this. So I would say, yeah, unless council has any other way to go, but take it away and do your business. Councilor Rogan?
So I was just going to mention that Councillor Charney is the liaison, correct, with
Yes,
transit. So Councillor Charney, have you seen the financials for this society?
I'll come back with a report to council after engaging with government.
Councilor Egan?
Yes, I just wanted to backtrack. Did you just skip over the HR safety, other government services and transit? It says HR and occupational health and safety.
So I glossed
I
over
missed
that
that.
because this is the view of the world prior to any potential reorgs that the CAOs discussed. We do feel there's some savings that are going to be unlocked here, and we're doing some preliminary work to identify what those are. So this was formerly the director of HR's portfolio, and it included the safety office. We're trying to find ways to unlock some of those savings and seen what that potentially looks like in terms of organizational structure. So I've put this in here because that's what we knew, over the last few months. But essentially we're in the progress of trying to integrate those positions in that scope of work in other directors' portfolios, trying to find a way to save some money here. So I'm not putting this forward as the final budget for that office.
Okay.
So having cleared transit, that was the rest of my piece. If there's no other questions, I'll pass it off to, I can queue up your office and you can jump in as needed. So we'll transition to the CAO office, which now includes the communication and engagement department. So there is one request for council consideration from the communications and engagement team. And that's summarized in the table on page 75. So essentially it's a $25,000 line item request to do primarily 3 scopes of work. The first is web development and management services. The second is a video communications program. And the third is an external contractor or co-op student to provide support for at least a portion of the year. That is a request sheet that has been filled out for you in your appendix, so you can review the more detailed write-up on those 3 line items, but that is a new line item that is being requested from council. In terms of the actual CAO office, you'll notice that there is some scope change from year to year. That's primarily 2 things. So in development services this year, we had some grant money premised that needs to be repurposed. And so while those conversations are progressing with the province, we've moved that grant money into the CAO's budget such that she can work that negotiation and ultimately deploy those funds. And then the second is swooping all of any recognition type budgets for staff into one centrally managed place such that we can ensure that it's being spent in the absolute best use. There are 2 requests from council that were in the budget amendment, and that's for the asset management coordinator position that for now has been captured in the CAO office's budget. We may shift that in the future, but for now it's premised there. And as well, next year has all the asset management costs that we're going to incur that are largely one time. We will have some recurring costs for things like the software license and things like that, but a good chunk of the work next year is a one-time cost. There are some grants that are available, and so we will pursue all those opportunities. And then for any residual costs, that is something that would be eligible out of our gas tax reserves. And so we are not premising that these costs next year come out of the tax levy, that we work alternate funding solutions for them. get us on our way in terms of asset management.
Councillor Ogan, you have a question?
Yes, I would like to go back to the contracted service request. If you can expand on each one of them, would be appreciated.
Yeah, definitely. So our website is aged. We need to do some upgrades to the website. A website now starts to become the platforms are kind of baking down within about 5 to 6 years now. So the turnover on what a website, how long a website can last and how long it can be supported for is significantly short. So I believe that's ultimately what we're looking for is some work on that website. And making sure what happened is that we were one of the staff who is no longer with us was doing some of the back end stuff on that website. And we don't have that person who just happened to have some information on that anymore. So now we need to find somebody who can actually do the work to make sure that we can keep that website up as long as we can. The video communications program, sorry, didn't bring my glasses.
This is page 100, the final page.
Yes, there's quite a good summary here. Sorry. Kevin, can you read it?
Certainly. So as the Corporate Services Department has lost staff capacity, some funding needs need to be allocated to contractor services. This includes web development management services to conduct periodic security updates, backups, and fixes with an estimated budget of $5,000. This includes maintenance and some occasional minor projects to resolve issues and improve analytics with the site. The second part of the request is a video and photo library that needs to be improved. Much of our content is out of date, not usable for legal reasons, poor quality, or simply does not reflect the new branding for the city of Merritt. So a new program is recommended in which we hire for photography and raw video from local photographers and also seek resident submissions. The suggested budget for that was $10,000, and that would enable the initiation of a video communications program. The third part of the request was recommendation to hire an external contractor and or co-op student to assist with core tasks and improve communications. Applications for funding for a co-op student will be made. Grant funds have yet to be identified for this, so we are premising this to come out of the tax levy as we know today. And that portion of the budget was $10,000. So there's a range in the budget request of $17,000 to $25,000, and we premise it here just at the absolute max of that range for council consideration.
Thank you, Kevin.
Councillor Rogan?
I am in agreement of this request. I know how important the website is for our community. I'm a little surprised to assume that maybe there has not been proper operating maintenance, annual operating maintenance. I know that the website is fairly new, like maybe a few years old. Remember that we were somehow involved at that time. So, and if there are no allocation in the budget for an annual upgrade, so that's something that we have to look into that.
Thank you.
The only other aspect in the CAO office I just wanted to mention, I think I mentioned in my introductory remarks the first night, the actual funding for the gas tax is still being negotiated between provinces and the federal government. And so I have premised our gas tax revenues and contribution reserves what we are set to receive 23, but I don't have anything writing that confirms that amount. And so obviously, we would hope that that amount would increase, and so hopefully we're being conservative by premising this at 2023 levels. Just a risk for council to be aware of that I don't have any basis to make any changes on that space as we know today. Any other questions for Cynthia?
Council, any questions on that so far? I think we're good. I don't see anybody jumping.
So at this point then, I'd like to invite council to return conversation with the Director of Public Works. So we'll have BD section to go through And it's all the residual aspects that we haven't discussed, roads, sidewalks, fleet, all of those good things.
Mr. Green, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, before we get into the meat and potatoes here, been thinking a little bit about our conversation last night and listening to the other conversations as well. And one of the comments I picked up on last night was, you know, a lot of what you see here is unaffordable, obviously. The thing to remember, this largely what you see in anybody's budget is it's not a personal thing. It's your best shot at what you see out there. In the world that I live in, there is a lot of infrastructure. The thing to remember about most of the stuff that you'll see in public works budgets is we're already very busy and we make service level choices on an ongoing basis. A lot of things do not get done each year. We put projects forward. Sometimes it takes 2-3 years to get these projects done. So we're carrying forward money from one year to the next because these are longer term projects by the time you're able to get to them and do them. You could cut pretty much all of my infrastructure type capital and I'm still very, very busy next year on carryover stuff we're already working on. So the thing to remember about most of these things is they don't go away when we don't fund them. They're going to ball up in front of you a little bit. So something like that Cleesby extension, that's new infrastructure. There's reasons why it was designed. It's not critical new infrastructure, but when we're looking at maintaining existing infrastructure, you know, asphalt overlays, concrete replacements, sidewalk work and stuff like that, that's stuff that doesn't go away. If it's bad, it's bad. It needs work, it needs work. And if somebody trips and falls on their face, we get sued. Our job is to maintain the public safety in the environment that we work in. So when you look at the new infrastructure, and I encourage you to look at things that are new and go, maybe that's something we can live without. When you look at service levels on roads, for instance, that's something you're going to get a lot of feedback on. If our roads, pavement's full of potholes and it's got bumpy patches in it, you're going to get feedback on it like I do. But that's a maintenance item. We can maintain it. We can keep it safe. Even though it's rough, safe and comfortable are often not quite the same thing. But if we don't fund something now and it still needs to be done now and it needs to be done next year, you're basically pushing the problem forward. Now the lesson in that is, part of the conversation last night is what has been happening. Pick a number, 10, 20, 30 years of the life of Merritt in modern times. A lot of things get pushed forward, or they get pushed forward a bit, sidelined, forgotten about. Then it takes a different eyeball sometimes to go, I see it, we need to bring it in, and it comes back again. Like I said, I spend a lot of time looking. I feel sorry for Mike a lot of times because you've turned me loose in a pickup, and Mike ends up with a list and all of about half an hour of me looking around getting frustrated going, we got all this stuff to do, get it on the list. Of course, I've put things on the list back last January and they still haven't been gotten to because the workload is heavy. There's a lot of things that need to get done, and then emergent items happen, water breaks, maybe we get more snow than expected or whatever, and we can't get the things, so they just stay on the list. And we're trying to maintain a list and get better at quantifying all this stuff. You'll see at some point where I'm going to throw probably a 5,000 item work order list at you and go, this is what we've been building. These are the things that still need to be done. I'm not suggesting we live on borrowed money. I'm not suggesting everything has to get done, but we have to find a way to maintain safe infrastructure. And the world I live in, which is a little more fiscally responsible possibly than what you may have seen in the past, is I don't want to see us live on borrowed money. I don't want to see us getting sued and having to spend money on things that we shouldn't have to, but I do want to maintain what we have. So I would prioritize current infrastructure maintenance over new infrastructure. Remembering that conversation we had yesterday, the pipe bridge, the sewer plant, 10-guard well, that's existing infrastructure. We need to maintain this, right? And I won't advocate for a brand new sewer plant if it's 70, 80, 90, 110 million dollars. Don't know yet. But those are big numbers that we don't have. If we can live within our means, part of my philosophy would be if we up some of our investment in maintenance, we can defer a lot of capital replacement that's going to come up. Because if we look after the surface, problems don't continue to go into the subsurface. So in the life of a road, as an example, when you build a new road, bottom up, your design life, an average of 20 years design life on that. Kind of where a paved road design life sits right out of the gate. You'll learn more of that when we get into asset management, and that philosophy is brought forward to you by whoever's doing it, probably part of us, our job as well. But that 20-year life is based on the fact that we need to add maintenance to that along the way. When you look at the first part of Oak Street that was done, correct me if I'm wrong, 5-6 years ago, sound about right to you guys? Okay, great. I'm already seeing signs in the surface of that road where it's starting to show rutting, starting to show a little bit of minor ponding, like we're talking little bits at this point. When I lay a level across things and I put my little wedges underneath it to see how much deformation we're getting in the wheel paths, it's starting to show. Normal lifespan on this stuff is you're going to be reinvesting in a mill and an inlay on an 8 to 10 year basis. So that's a road that you expect to live 20 years. You may have actually expected it to live longer, but it's going to need reinvestment on a shorter basis in order to get that longest life out of it. If, like the airport, we don't deal with the surface issues, we start seeing very wide cracks, we start seeing weeds come up through things, water's getting into the base, freeze and thaws flexing, there's clays under there that aren't ideal as well, and the problem starts getting worse. Once things are into the base, and a crack on a road, once it gets into the base, you can overlay that all you want, and it's coming back. That crack is not going anywhere. It's going to reflect through in a very short time, depending on the amount of overlay and treatment you put on it. You might see the cracks again next year. You might see them in 3 years, but they are still there and they are coming back. So, subject to the airport, we can't just go and overlay the airport. If you're looking to get rid of cracks, that's not the way to do it, because the cracks are still there, they're going to come back. So that life cycle management that we talked about of things, it requires investment to get the maximum life out of it. Buildings are the same thing, right? You're going to design a city facility for a 70-year design life. Bridges are the same. The new Middlesbrough Bridge will have, it's being designed on a 70-year lifespan. Ineffective, uninvested maintenance, you might only get 50 years out of it before full replacement. You do the right things along the way and keep it viable and keep it in really good shape. 100 years, no question. It's not like it's going anywhere, but you have to invest in the maintenance. So when we're looking at a lot of this stuff, we're getting into the side of this thing now where a lot of this is maintenance versus capital. And I just want you to consider the new infrastructure versus maintaining existing infrastructure. We don't maintain what we have. We're going to be going back later and saying we got to completely rebuild it rather than maintain it. And that cycle continues on us over time, and it's going to continue to get more and more expensive to keep things up or to replace them. I would rather maintain something than replace it, right? So this is going to be a difficult time going forward when you're looking at these numbers. It's going to be more difficult when we get into asset management because that will go even deeper on a lot of things. The opportunity is to set a course so that we can be sustainable. And I do live here as well, and I pay taxes here, and I don't want to pay any more either. I'm very happy to see that the group that we have here right now is like-minded and fiscally responsible. We've got very good quality out of Kevin here from what I've seen so far, some of the best CFO work I've seen in all my travels with different clients and municipalities that I've worked with. Very good advice coming out of what you have right now. The question is, how do we turn that into sustainability? So please think about that. This is not my wish list. This is my best understanding when I look around what needs are. I understand we can't do it all. I need you to prioritize it, and I also need you to prioritize things on a longer term basis. 2, 3, 4, 5 years out, because so many things take that kind of time to roll through a system of, we're gonna do it, we're ready to build something till it's built and in service. This world takes longer. But the maintenance side of things, the asphalt overlays, if we don't have to change pipes out underneath, we can keep the roads better by investing more there rather than full reconstruction. We can maintain sidewalks. We bought that grinder attachment with the sidewalk machine this year. We can do some leveling. We might get into a bit more foam filling, drilling through and leveling with foam from underneath. Mud jacking, they call that. Bunch of different things we can do that are gonna improve. But if we don't show a financial improvement when Kevin's providing reporting to the province, there will be red flags. If we show our asset values are going down, our conditions are going down, that's a real bad red flag. If we see a general slight improvement all the time, that's generally okay. We don't need to do it all at once. We need to manage risk. But the success and failure of the finances of a municipality are based on, are we slowly improving? They're going to question the management if we're starting to go backwards on things. And that's what we have to be careful of. Is that fair, Kevin? Right?
It's fair in terms of the impact on any federal dollars that we would be looking to flow to municipalities. So if we're thinking about big infrastructure grants and even potentially the gas tax, the province intends to use that reporting that we're doing through LGDE disclosures as a basis for justifying transfers of funds with the federal government. So basically we have next year to work all of the asset management side of things such that we're actually filling out our disclosures for 24, submitting them to the province in 25. And so just trying to protect our ability to continue to secure any federal funding comes to the municipality. So that was expressly given to us from our auditors when they were here, and something that we continue to hear when we were down at the asset management conference, CAO and I, about a month ago. So that's something that has to be top of mind for us in the coming. Continue to protect those sources of funds.
And to build on that a little bit, hate to say it, but BC is a little bit behind the times from what I'm used to. I really, I spent a lot of time in Alberta working exactly this type of stuff. The municipal affairs in Alberta will flag municipalities when they're not seeing things working correctly, right? They actually have a whole process involved in understanding viability of a municipality, when they're going to pull the trigger and do viability studies. I'm sure BC is going to be getting there at some point because this is going to be a lot of stress on the system. These are not comfortable things to happen. So just remember, improvement, even if it's minor improvement, keeps us moving in the right direction and keeps the red flags off our back, right? So no, I don't expect everything. And I really don't need any more to do. That said, it isn't going away. And that's really the point that I wanted to make is this is not me saying I want this and I want that. This is me looking at things with the rudimentary ability we've had so far due to a lack of the data being built in past decades, really, that we're still digging in, trying to find things and trying to assess things, and it's going to take time. There's a lot of things the city looks after, and every little subject matter, from compost facilities to street lights to traffic signals, roadways, buildings, recreation facilities, there's a lot, and we got to balance it all. And don't feel bad about questioning or cutting or things like that. It's necessary, but you're getting the full flavor because none of this stuff goes away. New infrastructure can go away. Okay. There's the world according to Rick today, and I'm off my soapbox now. Where do you want to go, Kevin?
So I think as Rick just talked about, like we actually, the four of us stood around last night for another hour or so talking about how to support you with this prioritization and how to make sure that you understand that it may seem insignificant for us to be asking for a piece and say, well, you don't really need that, like, but in reality, we're looking at cost, we're looking at cost of maintenance, cost of replacement, uh, um, staff safety. Like we're looking at a lot of different factors, as well as like we're talking about, you don't want to become unincorporated. This is happening in many places across the country where they are unincorporating communities because provinces can no longer afford to have that many individual government, right? So, and it's a battle because when you're incorporated, you don't want to become unincorporated. You stop being a town, right? You start to belong to be part of the regional district and not have your own entity with your own council kind of stuff, right? So that's pretty extreme. But again, if they see us falling apart, you know, they can, the provincial government, because we exist at their behest. We are not an isolated entity. We only exist because the provincial government allows us to exist. We have no authority under the only two levels of government that exist in Canada under I'm having a mental break. The charter are federal and provincial / territorial government. Municipal governments have no rights under the charter. So that's why it is important for us to make sure we're meeting all the requirements that the director's talking about. So if you guys have some questions or we want to talk about prioritization or why we've put certain things on this list, because I think that's where we're at, let's do it.
Councilor Charney.
other uses of the thing and it's being tied up. That tractor that should be here shortly, actually, that you'll see again being, the other one being turned over in a few years, that'll be that municipal tractor thing. Yeah, they come with lots of attachments. They can do a lot of different things. It'll probably be the busiest thing we have once that thing gets up and motoring. You can actually add more to it. You can do bigger mowers on it as well. You can do all kinds of stuff. So yeah, problem is with attachments, if it's a primary source of work, you need something that does that primary work. If it's attachment, it's almost like doing it part-time because those attachments aren't necessarily made for constant work.
Okay.
Right? But yes, it adds functionality, no question.
And that's why I'm asking, because, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, when I'm looking for a deal, if I can find something used at half the cost, I'm all over it, right? So, but you know, you do bring up a good point that, you know, these things aren't meant to be used all the time if they have attachments on them. So, and I was just asking that question. Council, questions? We had Councillor Charney. Oh, well, actually, you know what, since I got the mic, the Cleesby Street extension. I thought we kind of killed that off last year, that I thought we weren't going to move on that.
So I think what our impression was that it was pushed off from last year, and I think we just need, and I know the chief is here and this will make him sad, but if you do not want that in this 5-year window,
I don't believe we do.
the plans will time out. We'll have to go back to engineering if it comes back in the next council where they're like, hey, we want this Cleesby Street extension, right? We'll have to go back to engineering because the plans will be too old. But I think what we want here, because I was just going to say, like, this is almost $34 million, this list. So if you want to take the Cleesby Street extension out and it's no longer an option, please just give us that, like, very clearly, no, don't put back in, it's coming out, we don't want to see it again.
The conversation last year was quite lengthy on that. Actually, we talked about it a lot more than I would have expected. I do believe I mentioned at that time, well, I'll just kick it forward. We can talk about it again next time. If you want it gone, say the word gone, you won't see it again.
I have no problem saying goodbye to it. I don't know. Councillor Egan?
I just can't believe it's $1.2 million to do that.
There's a lot of work there.
It's just that big, you know, like it's.
Half mile of Oak Street's pushing 5 million. I mean, that's obnoxious, but it's what it costs to do things these days.
Okay.
Councillor Charney? Council, anybody going to support it? So there we go. Bon voyage. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm the only one. So I recall properly, it was mentioned that that study was made years ago. It was a study where determined that it was a need for that extension. There was a presentation from Chief as well last year. So we saw some good points about that extension, but we realized that there was no money, that it was not feasible. And that's why Mr. Green told us that we were going to see it over and over until we make a decision. So I'm not ready just to remove it from our list. I'm hoping that what we are doing right now in being proactive, we will be in a better situation in the future to be able to address those projects. Thank you.
So I guess maybe this is right, Councilor, perhaps we actually want to take it off the list in this 5-year funding window, recognizing that it should come back once we have a better establishment of some savings and reserves. Does that sound reasonable?
Well, we also have to be aware that we're putting a building in there at some point. We have a replacement building going in there.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to block this particular.
No, but still, you have to be aware we're putting a building in.
Yeah.
Which then pushes the road practically over to that gentleman's driveway. You're almost in his front yard.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the design.
I live right there, so.
I would have to defer.
Yeah, so.
1699 Cole.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, we talked about this for years, and every time we got close to it, we kind of nixed it, and There was supposed to be on that trail there at that end, there was supposed to be a community garden that would go in on that rail bed, and there was a whole bunch of plans for that as well as the walking path. So I, for one, I mean, if we want to knock it off for 5 years and visit it 5 years from now, fine. I'm cool with that. I'm not saying like destroy it and we never see it again, but right at this point in time, I don't think we have a flavor to do it.
Just to give you some confidence on how I do things, I keep a separate spreadsheet working budget compared to what Kevin's doing in the system and whatnot. So usually when something like that gets nixed that way, it doesn't leave my spreadsheet. I will take the dollars that I've got, I'll push them over to the title of the thing. It stays in there, but it's not in any of the funding categories. And I just label it for those dollars were based on 2023 dollars. So if it ever comes back again, I can figure out the inflation or deflation if we ever get to that. Wouldn't that be nice? And apply a new number to it when you do want to see it again. If we get to the point where the engineer that designed it is no longer available and won't stand behind his work because standards have changed or something, you're re-engineering it. We still got the basis for it. We know what we want, but there might be some things standard-wise and whatnot that need to change. So you end up spending money, but you're not spending 1.2. You're spending 10,000, you know, to do a small design revision, and you're saving the 1.2 right now.
I've got you, Wendy, but Councillor Echard, go ahead.
It's not that I'm not wanting to see Cleesby ever go through. I know that when Chief had presented it, it would give faster response times for the fire truck, for some other safety pieces with the school there. But the $1.2 million just seems like a lot of money that we could put towards, you know, underground piping and other things. And I think that's why it's always gotten pushed back and pushed back. It's been pushed back for lots of years. Last council term, and when Mike started on council too, I'm sure it keeps getting the boot because it's so it's expensive for nothing.
And it's unfortunate that, you know, in recent times we spent the money or getting it designed, because there appeared to be some idea within administration a couple of years ago when that got done that there was a need to get it done and direction to get it. So, but we'll put it on the shelf as an option. If fire access through there is from a response time thing, we can cut a hole in that berm. We can maintain an alley-ish access if you want to, under control to some degree, so it's not taking a bunch of through traffic, but there's things you can do to provide fire department access that take away the access from somebody just running through there. So if that's a priority, we can do other things for next to nothing at work.
Councillor Charney? Councillor Rogan?
Yeah, so again, so it's clear that we don't have the funding to proceed with this project. So I see more than having this project shelf ready. If a grant comes in, if we have the funding in the future, not near future, perhaps the future. So to be able to do that. So, but again, so I don't want to see it gone.
Yeah.
I talked earlier in the yesterday, was it yesterday? God, it seems so long ago. We had talked about also the East Merritt utility corridor and how some of those things would come back. So there's the roads part for that here. And again, you can see we're looking at about 14, is that what it says? 14-ish on that. So I think we, you know, as we're thinking about the 5-year bylaw that you're going to be looking to pass, you know, we do still need some direction about how you'd like us to proceed with that whole project. Chunk it, spread it out, just do the sewer, just slide the sewer, new sewer pipe through the old sewer pipe and patch roads. I think, you know, overall, what is that project costing, Mr.
Well,
Green?
the study we did, ballparked at around $40 million for all of it.
Yeah.
Right? If you're dealing with just sewer, I can come up with a new number on that and see how that phases in.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be honestly my recommendation right now. I think a full transportation corridor rebuild through there is not affordable based on what we're seeing. And like I said, I don't want to see the city borrowing money to put in new capital. I think we need to make sure that we're getting grants, and if we do any borrowing, it's for our share, or we fund it through taxes at the time.
Mhm.
But it's a very slippery slope, thinking about $30–40 million corridors and projects with all the other strains that we have on the system. So.
And I think that Mr. Green and his team can do some more assessment of that in regards to flow rates, correct?
Well, we'll come up with a solution. If you want to focus on the sewer pipe only, I'm not sure we can burst it. We may have to change the pipe right out. It may require upsizing. If it's requiring upsizing, we can potentially use some of the DCC money for the difference in cost between replacement and the new upsize. You don't use it for the whole thing. You use it for the change in thing if the infrastructure's at its lifespan. So if that's of interest, I think I had that a couple of years down the road. I can go back into figuring that out, and my team is me, just so you know.
Lots of guys. But I just think, like, if we're talking about this, you know, where can we find overall some less scary numbers? I think it's important for us to think about that very large project and how you want us to manage that in the next 5 years, because what we have here is in this 5-year window. And if we can manage that in this 5-year window, do the sewer part or begin it in this 5-year window, I think that's something we should consider. If that's.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're not getting $40 million.
Yeah, I know.
It's just not going to happen. So, I think realistically, and you know, we're tasked to set you in a direction, but I don't do this for a living. You do. So I need to know from you what you would like to see happen and how that would look like, and what we would be able to do over that period of time. Sure, we need to get going on something. We can't eat the elephant all in one bite, etc. But I'm relying on you and you to let us know what is feasibly able to be done. And then we can discuss that. But I mean, if you think sewer is the way to go, but like you said last night, if we're digging up sewer and there's old crappy water pipe there, do we just do the sewer and not the water pipe, or what do we do? You know, so it's a situation of, this is your bailiwick, and need some guidance from you on what you would like to see and what the problems you might come into and where we might be going. So.
And yeah, we could definitely look at that. I mean, I would cut it back to, let's deal with the problem that we set out to solve with that whole corridor study, which was, you know, we're moving sewer from the new 286 site all the way through town, all the way down to the plant, and there's a bunch of issues in the sewer pipe. That was primary. All the other stuff tags on, because we have to show that ultimate configuration of where it's going, get those approvals. All that may not happen for 25 years. Full urbanization in that area may take that long. But in the meantime, we have calculated surcharge issues on the sewer pipe. Yes, the water pipe's going to be an issue. Water pipe breaks in a spot, dig down to it, you find some good metal someplace, you put a patch on it, and away you go.
So my question on this, just for the people that are watching or may watch, so we're talking about future DCCs covering some of these charges, I'm assuming. Well, current. Well, again, this project has been 25 years in the making, so let's not get too excited here because we've been holed before on this.
Access the DCCs we currently have, no? For the upsizing portion. So that's where we can access some funds to do the sewer portion, is from the current DCCs. So they're in the bank, and we may be able to use those to do this portion.
And again, the comment that and maybe you can steer me a little clearly on this. This is basically somebody else's dream that we're helping build. When do they start paying for things?
Well, that's, if I may, that's very incorrect, because what's going on out in 286
Okay.
is also complicated by everything that's been going on downstream of there for years.
Okay.
On pipes that have been around for, pick a number, 40 years or whatever it's been. So all the other development that's been feeding into these pipes and not contributing other than potentially DCCs, but their impact on those piping systems and the contribution to those piping systems has not been changing the piping systems. So there's a lot going on. 286 was the catalyst for this study, knowing now that we're going to be needing a corridor and upsized and how it's all going to work because of the calculated surcharging. So there's a lot more going on here over a lot more years than just what's going on out there right now.
Okay, good to know. I did not know that. Councillor Egan.
Thank you. So could you tell me the exact route that we're talking about from 286, and then where's it coming across, and then it's going to hit Coldwater at some point?
Okay, so right now the project that we're working on to extend services out to 286 comes in at Clapperton, Thorpe area. So there's a little undeveloped parcel that runs through there with undeveloped parcels on each side in and around Thorpe and Ban Street there. I think it's Thorpe to Ban. That's an undeveloped piece of road allowance. That's where we tied in on the downstream end of that thing at Thorpe. So from there, the corridor is going to run all the way down basically to the sewer plant. So the main area that we're looking at in that study is from Oak Street up Coldwater, jumping over to Clapperton at some point, and then up to tie in and upsizing, right sizing, all of that in that area. The Coldwater alignment goes for about 2/3 of it, then it jumps over to Clapperton. We stay off of Clapperton as much as possible because of fairly difficult to work around intermediate pressure supply main for gas. So the less we have to play with that gas main, the better. It's not insurmountable, but it's dangerous and it's permits and just adds a complexity that just as soon stay away from. Remembering that the thing holding up the current active transportation path that's being built, but shut all that down, was waiting on permits from Fortis to work near their IP line.
Okay. I think.
Where we'd like to go with Cleesby. I think we have some direction on where we'd like to go with the utility corridor. So that gets us some very big projects. Is there questions about any of these other projects in here or why we've got them in this capital list?
Can I trigger you on a couple?
Yes, please.
I brought one in just for you. So I believe it's Fur Extension over in Collettville. Familiar with that one?
Yes, I am.
So that's that steep hill that's all gravel.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got it proposed in, that column is 2025, and I think I got it being designed this year in a different GL. Yeah, so I've got it moved to 2025 with the idea we're designing it this year. You'll see the design in a different GL. So I called that for the capital side in 2025 for extension, turnaround and pathway connection design. So if you know the spot, kind of counterproductive to just build somebody a driveway. We also have to deal with the length, the ability of vehicles to turn around. We're dealing with the sloping up there as well. So in a perfect world, I'd like to see the road allowances connected where you go up, turn the corner and go back down to whatever that road is on the bottom. It does not look buildable. Anything's buildable if you want to put big retaining walls and stuff in. What might be more appropriate is get up, use that corner space for a proper turnaround, and then we connect pathways so we're doing more for more people rather than just a driveway. So it's priced out based on that. So the 2025 estimate in my head right now is 245,000, and there should be a design amount to get it designed this year. Pardon me? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at my spreadsheet though, so. Yeah, so that's in that 108,000 up there. I should have a line item in my spreadsheet right here that tells me exactly what the estimate is. Engineering services, design, for extension, design this year at 40,000. So total project pushing $300,000 to satisfy that driveway issue. Knowing that I'm not just building somebody a driveway, we're going to make use of that and extend pathways and get a corridor through there that's going to work for more than just one house. If you want to see something different, that's why I brought that up. You tell me if I got it wrong. So there's one. We talked a little bit, or I think I had heard a question about the tennis courts. Yes, we've met with the tennis club. We floated ideas of them actually bringing in their concerns and presentation to council. They seemed less than willing to do that. When you talk to the former director of what do community services now, but rec, he's of the opinion, and I think he's right. It's a city facility, regardless of how it's being managed, you know, for a specific club or for the public, but it's a city facility. It's definitely near end of life. We have some issues with safety with the wall. We have a lot of issues coming up from the groundwater underneath it that's creating movement, cracking very much like the airport, weeds growing through it, and the people that have been doing the patching for years with the tennis club paying for it don't even want to patch it anymore. It's gotten too bad for that. So the project that I've got noted in there would be the geotechnical and solutions design, so we can determine, can we certify that wall? By the way, that wall's starting to rotate inwards and show some signs of potential failure. But that investigation will tell us, can we provide a solution that's going to resurrect it? And what does that solution look like cost-wise? It might be that we have to take it all the way down, rebuild it where it is. Wall likely has to be taken down quite a bit and rebuilt. I'm not seeing any indication of sub-drains behind the wall underneath the tennis courts. It did wonderfully for a long period of time. They got the life out of that thing, they did, without, and that was, from what I understand, volunteer labor and just go get her done. They did an awesome job if you got that kind of lifespan out of it. But the next question is, where does it go? It shouldn't go there, which this will tell us the opportunity for repair, rehab, or full reconstruction. You have to go full reconstruction. The question is, where? Do you do it there? Do you do it somewhere else? I'm thinking there's got to be a couple of good solutions that would allow us to work off of what's there and try and go higher, and bridge over some of the problems, maybe add the sub drains that should be required, rebuild the wall, get the drains behind it, and get it all there. But it's still a very, you take it right apart to do it. You're taking apart all the fences, trying to get in there. It's a very obtrusive exercise one way or the other. So yeah, moving it someplace else, for sure. I got a few suggestions. I think the mayor and I have talked about that in the past. But right now, the best money on an existing facility is do the investigation and find out if we can save it, general philosophy wise.
Councillor Egan.
Yeah, and your alternate sites might be?
I like the far side of Oak Park, like across the river, where that temporary dog park used to be. We've also had a conversation about possibly Nicola Park there next to the pickleball, so there's facility in and around it that might be more racket oriented on a bigger scale. That's going to involve a different community group, working with that community group probably overall, but those are the two primary opportunities we see.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. I know we have 2 other tennis courts in town that we don't really use, from my understanding. Is there any flavor for them to use those with the?
It's been discussed.
Okay.
They like where they are, understandably.
Oh, yeah, sure. I don't blame them. It's nicer there, I guess. Yep. Boat Park. Yeah, there is. It's still there. It's still paved.
A parking lot.
It was a tennis court for years. I played tennis there. For years. Yeah, it's a tennis court, trust me. That's what it was put in as. Well, no, there's nothing, but at one time there was. There was screen around it, there was net. Yeah. Yeah.
So the other project I wanted to highlight, it's something I'm helping facilities out on, would be the pickleball courts. So that'll be a similar type of a thing where I think we need to get some industry experts in to take a look at what's happening with the surface over there. Probably don't need to bore you with the entire what went wrong on that thing, but we're still working a little bit with knowledge of one of the contractors that worked on that. That's a surprise now that he's found out about it. But the city got taken a little bit on how that whole thing went down. And when I got here, it was just coming off a warranty and pretty much too late. I've talked to legal counsel on it. There's not much we can do. We tried to keep the fella interested in honoring his work, but he kind of turtled and he's gone now. So name's up on the wall, won't make that mistake again. I'm a bit of a name taker that way, right? Keep a nice little list. So what we need to do is figure out exactly what we can do on a minimalistic basis to get that thing where it needs to be. So the general issue with the surface is we're getting a lot of things poking through the fabric that's on top, the playing surface, and a lot of that's coming out of the asphalt and it shouldn't be there. I'd question the surface prep, I'd question asphalt, I'd question how it all went down. Did somebody say it was okay to put the surface on it? Was the asphalt done correctly? We've dug a couple of holes in it. We're finding some really weird stuff in the asphalt. Sky has been in conversation with the contractor on that end of it, the subcontractor, and he's very surprised and interested in talking to us about what happened there as well. So we're not out of the woods yet on is there any help available, but we still need to also figure out what the solution is going forward. And it's getting worse over time. So.
Councilor Regan.
What exactly you're planning on doing? It says Nicola and Vote intersection improvement.
Okay, so that was a project that was underway when I got here. So on the one side of Nicola and Vote, they added a through lane and a turn lane from the single lane configuration before. So that's on the City Hall side of it, heading, what is that, westbound. The job is to do the same thing on the other side. So we've got it designed, and we also went to the effort this time after I took a look at it of there's a whole bunch of things going on up as well. We're not properly reinforcing the turning movements with signage. They didn't change out arms and things like that to really direct where the lanes are. You got snow on the ground and ice, you can't see the paint. So we need to do things up high as well. So the money on that has gone through a full cost estimate with electrical work on the overhead, the painting and realignment of the road, and I have submitted it to Modi for comment and or approval if I can get it there. The cost estimate should be fine where it's at, because it was just cost estimated. So that's going to get that thing fixed up with a through lane and a left turn lane, kind of the way it operates right now, unofficially, fortunately. So it's a bit of a dangerous
You still have
situation.
to leave those yellow markers up because otherwise people are going to start
they're going to move because we have to
coming out of that alley.
Yeah,
are going into the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they'll move to where the yellow line goes. We may have to scooch over a little bit to fit the 2 lanes on that side, but yeah, it'll be a line removal, reinstatement where we need it, and fixing up the overhead indications of where lanes are and what the turning movements are as well.
Okay, so that being said, I mean, and you've also mentioned that with a lot of these equipment, like pickup trucks and the field mower and loader forks and things like that, can you get secondhand for all of that? All of those things?
Yes, short story is yes. Certain things, and we can talk about your priorities and that, but if it's a primary service level thing, I wouldn't necessarily suggest used on that. If it's a secondary or less usage on something, that's the real opportunity to go use. The high use item, like a mower all summer, running all summer, pretty high use. Pickups, I've got no objection to even shopping pickups in the used market. We're always short ability to move people around, and a couple of things break down or in the shop, we're even shorter. And that's more seasonal than it is right now. However, you know, we don't have to spend $60,000 on a pickup. We can spend $20,000 potentially if we can find a white one. I don't know if anybody makes regular white pickups, but
Okay,
see a lot
well,
of black. I don't know.
yeah, I mean,
Yellow.
I see everything in your 2024, I see the need for, so I need direction from you as to where your priorities
So
are.
you're in the equipment
Can I
list
just
then?
touch base
Yeah,
with you for a couple of things first?
Projects,
Can I just touch base with you for a couple of things
for
first?
sure.
So let's talk about the sidewalks on Walters and Forksdale. What is
I
our,
wanted to touch base on that.
what's our risk of not doing those?
Well, right now, for whatever reason, there's a bus stop in front of those businesses up there, and there's no sidewalk leading to it. So the sidewalk comes from Tim Hortons, stops, and somehow we ended up with a bus stop where somebody has to walk over all the landscaping to get to it, and or on the road. I don't really consider that to be a safe thing, which that's why I brought it up. It looks like something that we should consider extending sidewalks along the front of that little strip mall, possibly to the Canadian Tire access point where the bus stop is, and give people a place to walk that's safe rather than on the road or through all the landscape.
Yeah, that last year. That was one of the requests last
Oh,
year.
yeah.
Yeah.
It got kicked. The other side of that, you'll see some stuff on that road in general that I want to talk about as well. I want to do a functional review, transportation review of how that area works. That's a terrible area in front of Tim Hortons and McDonald's for safety. We've got people and buses and trucks parking where they shouldn't be parking. It's an absolute gong show. I've got a little thing in my head of what it should look like if you're familiar with Revelstoke and what they did around that busy area with going through, roundabout, coming back to that side. There's enough undeveloped land up there that we could probably target a change to how that's going to work that way. But yeah, that sidewalk was, you know, I walk by there all the time myself and I go, how do we end up with a bus stop where there's no safe place to walk to it? So
Walk through the Timmy's park.
there you go. Yeah.
So the Director of Planning and Development just wanted to give a couple of things about where funding for some of that stuff might be able to come from.
Lacey.
Yes, thank you. No, I just want to not murky the waters, but I want to maybe provide some support from development services in terms of how you prioritize roads and sidewalks and things like that. So where we aren't seeing subdivisions potentially, we can require frontage upgrades, we can require sidewalks, we can require DCC costs and things like that through development. So I would recommend maybe just for some of those things to help prioritize where we won't see that funding coming from, DCCs, subdivision applications, as well as there's a number of these that are identified in the OCP, and Rick has much more knowledge of what needs to be done on the ground now. So if something's identified in the OCP, it's more likely we could get grant funding for it later. If it's not identified in the OCP, that's not likely to receive any grant funding for it. So anything that's not in the OCP that isn't seeing development pressure, and that's in kind of existing neighborhoods, I would maybe recommend focusing in those areas because we can get funding through other sources that way. So I just wanted to help. Hopefully that helped.
And this is an existing developed area, and, you know, in my mind, I don't know how we ended up with that strip mall and everything being built there without the sidewalk getting done, but it did. So here we are. Then the next question is, how do we end up with a bus stop in the middle of Quagmire? There it is.
This, and don't, you just stay there and don't come at me. The Spirit Square alley concept design. So we recognize that there are some things we could do for beautification downtown. However, this is a nice to have versus a must have. And where do you find that this is gonna sit?
This was never a must-have. This is when we get there.
Yeah, so do you want us to proceed with the designing, or do you want us to put it off, look for funding around some of that design stuff? It's, again, it's not a huge cost, but it does start to just what did we say today? 10,000 cuts?
And death by 1,000 cuts, yeah.
We just, a little bit here, a little bit there, starts to add up to $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. The other one is like the cemetery columbarium supply and install. Do you still have space in our current columbarium? Can we push that back a couple of years? I don't know, that's a you thing, Rick, but those are ones that
probably don't want to stack people up too much, but potentially.
Yeah, so like get some direction on those kinds of things would also be really helpful. Because I see that you're very correct. This stuff needs to get done, but maybe some of these are nice to haves that we can push back outside this window, save a little more for, and look for more grant funding for.
Yeah, and to comment on the Spirit Square back alley, I mean, there's a lot of things that have to go right there. A lot of people's private property are involved there. You've got dumpster relocation. You've got so that's when we got almost nothing else to do, and we want to start. We could light it up fairly quickly now, just to get like we have the parking lot, light it up. But as far as that's a dream, that's something that would be nice to have.
Yeah, and
but it's not a priority.
The conversation we had, I've got that thing pinned up from Victoria that you showed me there. This wasn't a detailed design, ready to build thing. This was more funding for a concept design, so we can possibly incorporate that into future OCP amendments. And there's our dream for that area. We need the concept design sort of created for that, so we have something to hang on our wall and target down the road. Yeah. This was not going to be a ready to build thing. So
I think it's still worth investment. I think it's still worth investment. Absolutely determine whether or not you want to invest the whatever. I think it's 30,000 for the concept design.
Where was it?
It's in 2025, Rick.
Engineering design project.
Yeah, Spirit Square Alley concept 24 and 26. 2026, I think I got it in there. Spirit Square.
So got in 2025 here, but 24,000.
Oh no, there you go. $40,000 in 2025. I was down the line.
Yeah. Okay. So $40,000.
Same thing with Central Park soccer pitch grading design. There's been a number of different planning studies in parks from way back that identified soccer fields in there. There's also some talk about, another ball field, but there's one area in there that seemed to be the consensus for a soccer field down the road. Is the need there right now? Probably not. If I had a design already in hand for that, and knowing what we're doing on Volk Street, and we found all the marginal material that we had to now pay to get rid of, I could have stripped that area and started building a soccer field with all that dirt and killed two birds with one stone, but I went at it and I can't make it happen that fast, so out goes the dirt. So,
yeah, so again, those are small things, but at the same time, again, they're gonna add up.
Okay, well, I was looking more, I didn't even look at, and I blindly did not see. I don't think that's priority for.
Well, the cemetery stuff for this year is continuing with that revised plan that I gave you. I just got the cost estimate on it, ready to go to tender. A little rich in the cost estimate. Hopefully we're going to be able to get it down to what we need. I'm sure it will. But when it's ready to go and when we start seeing that space used up, we will have to put the columbariums on the pads that we're going to build and get ready. But yes, we can target those expenses when we're getting close. Biggest thing with that stuff is you want to make sure that you can still get the matching ones that we have now. So if you push it out too far, chances are we're out of space anyways by then. And remembering that whole
You can't just
cemetery
put a
thing is going
deposit
to
on something and hold it?
be with what we're doing now, and then with what the plan was before that we nixed at tender point because it was too expensive. That still needs to be done on the 20-year plan as well, and we're still short spaces up there. So we'll be talking cemetery and storage. Storage is the right word? Storage space at the cemetery for an ongoing basis, right?
So, I see you, Wendy, but Councillor Richard, you're.
Yes, thanks. As we were talking about buying some of the equipment used that's listed on here, when we're trying to finance some of these projects, I know that when we've done the garbage truck and I'm trying to think of when we did the new vac truck, 21 or something. Those things you can't necessarily typically find used, but for funding, I think that if we don't buy new, then we can't get the MFA financing for it. So would that really impact us if we're trying to replace some of these pieces of equipment? Because we'd have to take that out of the reserve, wouldn't we? Because we would no longer qualify for MFA financing.
I haven't worked any funding strategies for any of these capital items until we have a chance to do the prioritization. So I haven't balanced yet what we would want to use the 5-year equipment financing program for and what we would want to try and save for. That I waited until we had a prioritized list just because it wasn't tenable at the time.
So Kevin, close your ears. What I've done in the past with stuff like this is I borrowed from reserve and paid it back over 2 or 3 years out of operations and put it back in reserves that way. You can uncover your ears now.
But how about for, so in past, we had ordered a new back truck at about $600,000, I think, 2 years ago, because we couldn't really source a second-hand one.
That's a tough one to do because they're very specialized equipment. They're fussy and not necessarily, unless somebody went out of business and had perfectly great equipment. It's a hard thing to take a risk on when they're that specialized. However, when you look at pickups or working trucks, I want to reinvent the fleet over in public works slowly so that we have working trucks. We're not so prone to necessarily handing down stuff, but we buy a purpose truck that has a deck on it instead of just a box. So when we're throwing things in the back of it, we're not destroying body work all over the place. Things that are purpose built with a purpose, right? And those are things that I've done very well at auctions and other sources, upping fleet's value that way as well, where you buy something with 30,000 clicks on it that's only 2 years old. Move it in our fleet, we can still get 10 years out of it or something like that. It's a good way to upgrade and get that value in the fleet up. How you want to finance it, different story, but that was one of the ideas I've used in the past where the municipality had good reserves. We did a lot of that own financing, and then operations budget would just pay it back over a few years and put it back working.
Oh yeah, auctions can be a great place to find good buys on trucks, but
and that's oddly enough that's fun stuff to do too.
Yes.
Councillor Charney.
Yeah, so do I have that in here? Where's the sidewalk?
So you've got the sidewalk, you've got Walters
So-
and Forksdale?
Yeah, so Walters, if we're talking about the same thing, where the new 4010 Walters building is, they put new sidewalk in up to the end of their lot. Then there's a gravel gap up to a sidewalk on the corner of Reed Place. Filling that in is what I had in mind. Once again, it's a gap, not a great safety thing.
No,
I'm on the Walters apartment building side of Walters. From the back side of their property, up along the side of that house that's on the corner to connect the sidewalk that's already there on the corner with the sidewalk that got put in at Walters building. As it? No. This is connecting a disconnected sidewalk. I'm getting older. It's hard for me to walk around now, so I find all these bad things because I'm usually laying down, looking up at the sky, going, "How did I land here?" So.
I tripped.
Councillor Olgan.
Can staff please clarify if Councillor Charlie's statement is accurate about that question?
So I don't think in this particular case, because it's not the front of that house, right? So there are places or opportunities for us to do local service and local area improvements. So let's say a business wanted a sidewalk that wasn't necessary, but helped their business. Then yes, we could potentially look at a local area improvement fee, where they would cover the cost of that sidewalk, which is ultimately, I think, what the Walters, that building on Walters did, was they put that sidewalk in as a part of the development to make that happen, right? That's why they would put that in.
And the reason why it wasn't brought down from the top before is that whole side was just all gravel with an empty lot, right? So, but they only built what they needed to the end of their lot. Missed opportunity again, where we probably could have found a way to connect it at the time of that and done it all together. Another one of those things that highlighted in my head as soon as I started, when I got here and started looking at things. That's why you saw it last year too. Right?
And the other thing that we want to talk about, I just wanted to mention too, is that we can probably do, and I don't know how we've done it in the past, but we can obviously do a little bit of a better job with resale of some of our old equipment, right? Fire trucks couldn't be resold. Not everybody has the NFPA standards adopted in the province, or the states is different, but there are fire trucks that you can see online. We just, in Fort Smith, just sold ours to one of the farther north communities in the Northwest Territories, because that jurisdiction doesn't have NFPA adopted, which has that 20-year standard. So, you know, like we're saying, like if there's a contractor that we think, or there are contractors who might be interested in an older piece of equipment, and we put those pieces of equipment up to auction, we're not going to make a lot of money, but maybe we're generating a little bit of a return on some of those pieces of equipment.
Mike's working on a plan right now. He's developing a list of things that would turn over time here and stuff that's really surplus right now. A lot of that stuff got pulled out of the back corners of the yard as we've been cleaning up and went, hey, look what we found, right? So the other thing on the capital equipment side, and this one is fairly important to me, if I have to have a choice, for two reasons. And you'll see where's the equipment? Here we go. You'll see a PW van for cross connection. So I'd really like to set up something that we can keep tools in properly, we can keep parts in properly, so we're not finding something when we're out doing a business inspection, running back to the shop to get it. But a service vehicle that's good for waterworks like this. And as we get into meter work and things like that, just going to put that much more strain on the system. What that particular thing does for me, and this isn't a sales pitch to not get a pickup, but if that van gets approved, we get a little pickup out of that, because the little 2008 Chevy that the guy's driving around in right now then can be repurposed somewhere else for whatever purpose, right? So
could we, and I'm just going to throw this out there, I mean, I look at the cost, $74,000, and I know that you can pick up a dual axle trailer, you know, a covered cargo trailer for around 17 to 18 grand. And, you know, that would hook up to a pickup truck and be used. Is this an option, or is the trailer not an option? You know, have the you know, not the barn door opening, but the deal down. So
I would say it's fairly dysfunctional in our environment, because he's running in and out of Like he's moving around a lot, doing his inspections and checking and backflow preventers and all that stuff in a lot of tight environments. Handling a trailer, backing it in, getting it set up, it's gonna slow him down probably more than it's worth to run back to the shop.
Okay.
Now, having something, and I know facilities went through this last year and they tried to buy a van. We ended up carrying the money forward and they ended up settling for a pickup with a cap on it. Something like that may happen if the supply is not there, where maybe one of those space caps on the back of a regular cab half ton as a package gets put together, same function. But the operator's request was a van. So if we can make that work, great. And for that kind of money, we should be able to outfit the inside of it to some degree with what he needs. But that's a fairly important item for me, just so you know.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here, Rick, is I'm going to ask you to, we're going to take like a 5-minute break here because we're coming into the final run here. Prioritize, and then when we come back, if you could just spiel to us what you would really like to see us move in on and what you really feel we should be moving towards, so we can kind of wrap that up. That's okay with you?
You and I probably need to talk about what you have up there and go through that. Before you take the break, can I give you one other one?
Sure.
You'll see a asphalt repair trailer in there.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's about pothole patching. We do pothole patching about as inefficiently as it can possibly be done right now. And the purpose of that is to speed that whole operation up. So something like that provides a heated hopper, so you can load more cold mix in it, keeps it hot so it's easier to use when you get it on the ground. It's gonna pack in faster, better, and allows you to, the whole thing's like one little, tambourine drum guy running around with everything you need to do pothole patching to move really fast. We have a lot of potholes missing, a lot of that type of service that we pick away at. I think can get a lot faster with the right tools. So this is one of those examples of that's a tool that can make us efficient so we can get other things done or do a better job of that so we don't lose as much infrastructure with water getting into potholes and getting into the subgrade and causing more heaves and problems. So if you haven't heard about those things, that's a fairly important thing in my mind, because we have to find ways to get more efficient, like I said, without working the heck out of everybody trying to get more done on the backs of the staff. Thank you.
See you.
Real quick, if, as we're going through this prioritization, if council thinks, okay, let's risk manage some of these trucks, we do want to say that we have no fleet truck that we feel confident sending our staff out onto the highway or traveling in. Okay? So just as we talk about that, we at this point in time are not confident in any of our vehicles that we feel safe with them driving out to another community or traveling for courses or anything like that. So just FYI.
Yeah, and actually on that, that's the fleet trucks in general use, the truck that Mike drives and the truck that we have over here that we're sharing with the CPO, Kristen in engineering and myself. That one is capable. Well, those are our two newest trucks, and they're, like I said last night, they're around 8 years old. Our oldest one, like the one that would come out of cross section or cross connection if we did the van, that's a 2008 or a 2009 Chevy, and that sort of middle ground. We have 07, 06 pickups as well, and a couple of older, bigger trucks. So,
Okay. Take 5 minutes, everyone. We'll be right back.
the study done on that to tell us hopefully the best way to alleviate the problems that are developing there and causing dangers. The signalization with the going vertical, the loops on that one intersection are all worn out. We should put the camera detection in the top. Nice thing we get about that with the new technology is they actually count traffic now while they're doing it, where they never used to. So you can put a combo unit up there that we now actually have traffic data coming into us, very much like we talked about water meters. Data is king. You know more about what's going on. When developers go to build things and whatnot, we have data that we can use to say, number one, is your traffic assessment that you've done correct? Or here's our traffic data that we have at this location, build that into your traffic modeling for your development. Information is king on that stuff. It's going to help everybody. We have on the equipment side, not a lot this year. Obviously, you'll see 2 pickups. You killed 1 pickup last year, so I just shoved it forward a year and added it to the one I had this year. Right? You'll see that a lot for me. And then when you tell me no again, it'll probably disappear. However, the tools we need to do our job always become that issue, right? We've got one old, I think it's an 89, 3-ton or 2-ton truck with a dump bed on it. Any given day, I think it's more humidity based than anything else. It's, okay, go get the truck started. 5 minutes later, it's growing, or 5 minutes later, it's okay, let's go find you something else to drive. It's temperamental, it doesn't want to start, it's got that old electronic spark ignition in it. It's a crapshoot any day whether or not it's leaving the yard.
Is that the one we use for hauling the biosolids?
Which?
The biosolids?
No.
Up to the airport?
No.
I mean, we even have an older one than that?
Yeah, I think it's an 89.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
it's kind of funny. I mean, it's a tough old truck with a dump box. Once again, a very useful piece for the fleet if you can count on it, right? They did buy a replacement for it a few years ago, so it's a slightly bigger truck, but the old one's still sitting there, right? Sometimes it moves. We talked a little bit about the asphalt trailer. The letterboard sign you'll see in there, I thought that'd be especially with the water restriction advertising this year, little master plan in my head. As you're going up Volk Street, the side of the hill where the fire condition sign is, my head tells me that's a great place to put an electronic programmable reader board of some sort that's solar powered, so we can provide messages to people running through town. This is much less than that. This is a portable trailer. If it has to be the little things you put in it that are just letters, hopefully I can get a digital one for that. But the goal there was to be able to move a communication device around to provide information to people. Yeah, and likely mostly on that Volk Street corridor and see how it works for us. So that's what that's all about. Loader forks. I mean, it's, you know, $21,000 for loader forks, but it was in the budget last year and got kicked as well. It's just increasing functionality in the yard, so we don't have to bring another machine back to do something, or maybe we're not overloading the forks on the skid steer trying to do something, right? Did we talk about the asphalt repair trailer? Yes, we did. Street sweeper, that's down the road a little bit. By the way, that transition we made in this last year from contracted services on the street sweeping to putting a summer body in that thing, great decision, right? Worked out great. Well, we moved the money over into wages, so we spent the money on the wages, right? But we got a lot more done consistently over the summer. It wasn't just to come in and sweep for 10 days and out. That thing was running quite a bit when it needed to run, which is awesome, right? It increases your own flexibility to keep things getting done. Facilities truck carry forward. Like I said, that hooking up a good service vehicle and water is fairly important. So that van, whether it's a an actual van or if it's a pickup with a service body on it, whatever it's gonna turn out to be. The commercial garbage trucks down the road, so if we're just talking this year, ball groomer replacement, you're gonna find that thing probably handy on the shale track as well, as far as grooming that. Yeah, it was in, I think, no, I didn't carry it. Yeah. The Toro field mower, that's our big unit. That thing's starting to age out for sure. There's not a lot in there that's not fairly important, but we can defer. Just bearing in mind when something doesn't work, we're not providing that service. So we're not at that critical stage where we can't keep things running, but at some point, without the tool, something's not happening, right?
By the service, but if halfway through a season it conks out, then we have to come back to you for more money.
Okay, so then, as we were discussing in the break, if you could give us what you think your livable, doable budget would be, maybe compared to last year's budget for this, with a reasonable increase for inflation, we can consider that.
Because honestly, yeah, I mean, I find it easier to work with a bulk number and let me go through all the different stuff that makes it up and make choices. If you've got some choices that are sort of burning at you right now that you either like or don't like, based on what you saw in the light items, I don't want to offend you when I choose that later. I just as soon hear about it now. But there's a lot here. And you're right. You're not the experts in it. I can make some choices probably better if I have a better idea of, between yourselves and Kevin and the CAO, what's affordable and what you want to see. If you want to keep a similar balance to last year, let me go back to the drawing board. I'll shuffle the deck a little bit. But like I said, what I'm giving you right now is everything that I see so that you get the shell shock right out of the gate. Now we find a way to trim, knowing that what comes off gets pushed forward. Unless it's new infrastructure, in which case, like Cleesby, you can decide that you don't want to see it again for a period of time and you won't.
Rick, the parking lot lighting upgrades for the curling rink in the arena, that was one where we thought we might already have solved it, right?
I've got it noted now as, I think we changed the name of that a little bit, where there's a combine between the Maze parking lot over the curling rink and the upgrades over here.
Right.
With the light standard is down. All of these poles out here are rotted at the base. That one fell down, the other ones are coming down pretty quick. I've already got a quote, Mike got it for me today. It's right on budget. We can get 9 of those lights done with a really neat modern take on decorative lighting along this corridor in stageable or programmable, or what do you call it, adjustable LED. It'll be really nice. But the safety on that stuff, I mean, the poles are rotted. We can take the poles down, we can cut metal out, weld it back in and put them all back up. But also changing ballasts, not upgrading them to LEDs. Do all that, you might as well upgrade them. So
I guess, is there anything on here that other than we've already taken that off? Like if you're saying, you know what, we want to pick that, let us know. If you want us to hold off.
You gotta hit your microphone there, Sam, sorry. No.
You know, if there's something you're like, we absolutely need to just maybe try and cut some of this, just let us, like, tell us right now so that we have a sense of what he needs to stick into a budget.
So Rick, just a quick question for me. The 2024 engineering design project sounded like that was pretty important. That's the very first thing.
So which one?
That's the one with the Merritt Tennis Club, geotechnical investigation.
So Parker Trail Connection, is that the one?
It's the Merritt, the very first one, Fur Extension, Merritt Pickleball, and Merritt Tennis Club.
Okay. So yeah, we can trim that. I mean,
No, I'm just saying how, like, is this uber important? Like, it sounded like it was fairly important to have these looked at. I mean, I'm all for equipment, but I'm also, like, if we've got a pickleball court that's starting to deteriorate and all of a sudden, you know what I mean? So how important is that one? Like, I'm just curious.
Well, I call it fairly important because it's fairly new infrastructure. And how many fights, or how many fronts do you want to have fights on all the time? I mean, we're at a point right now where we're getting hassled because of the deterioration of a brand new surface. On the pickleball courts, the tennis courts, I mean, how many people use the tennis courts? I don't know, for 12, 15 in the club there. But it is a city facility. So personally, I don't have trouble kicking that down the road because as much as I like playing tennis, I haven't played tennis in years. But I don't think about myself on these things. This guy brought this to me looking for help. It was important to recreation. Therefore, it's important to me. Knowledge is probably the most important thing. If we can do the study work, figure out what the recommended solutions are or how bad it really is, we look at it topically. When first time I walked down there, I looked at the wall, I looked at the thing and went, we got to get somebody in here to tell us if that wall's safe or not. And I had that done in like 2 weeks. Next thing you know, we're barricaded out and we're not allowed to play over there because the wall can fall down. Spot it. It's been like that for a while and probably rotating for a bit. But fairly important to have the knowledge so when we're communicating with people, do we move it? Do we fix it? We need to know what the solution is. So all I'm asking for is a solution. I'm not rebuilding it for $500,000 yet.
No, I'm not. Councillor Richer.
Personally, I think the drainage on Juniper could be an issue because you could have some erosion there, and then we in the past had problems where people were putting dirt in the back of some homes in Parker. So there's that one that I think would be important, but I think that we should probably explore, if you're going to look at pickups, maybe see what you could source in the used market. Maybe that would be somewhere where you'd have a little bit of savings, but I think the drainage, knowing that there's been problems in the past with erosion, and which contributes to some of the breaks that we had a couple of years ago on the Vote Street Hill location between Blackwell and Grimmett. I think that's an important one that is necessary.
Juniper drainage, where is that one?
It's almost at the bottom. It's
about
third last one.
What category is it in?
It's in 2024.
Drainage.
It's drainage. It's after airport runway surfacing and before cemetery.
I was looking at it.
Well done. Okay, so the design work for the Juniper outfall, which is above the golf course, is underway right now. I have the first draft design on my desk. So the design work was funded last year and is carrying forward. So there's no construction yet because I haven't got a construction estimate. And have I done anything down the road looking at construction? Nope. So that's a carry forward.
Okay.
Parker Storm Sewer to Gillis Castaloo. That design, I'm in state of flux on that. That was previously funded last year. When I started putting that out to tender to get it designed is about the same time I was digging through files and found the old design for Parker. So I'm monkeying with that. I might just shelve that all together because we actually have a design on that thing, even though it's stale dating pretty good. The solutions have already been created somewhat with sub drains. So I'm looking at that. And then, those were the only two things, and they were funded last year and in progress. So.
What was the first one?
The Juniper outfall and erosion. Now, that's going to be a consistent thing, because when we do this one and get the solution figured out, move to construction with budget, hopefully the year afterwards, not big dollars to get this fixed, but it basically pipes everything from Juniper down along that whole ditch, picks up the other pipe from Parker, takes it all the way across the golf course, hits that ditch over by Central Park, and goes out and alleviates the mud flooding on the backside of the golf course. So that's a few manhole structures, some pipe, and we clean that whole thing all up and get it off the surface.
Plus, knowing how old the pipes are up in Parker, it would help. I'm just thinking alleviate some of the flow that can happen from.
Yeah, but what's happened in a few spots down there is all that subdivision area up above Juniper and Parker works its way down to a storm pipe which goes through somebody's lot in an easement
Yeah.
and just kicks out on the hill.
Mhm.
So ultimately, we want to slowly work on cleaning that up for the benefit of slides as well, of get that erosion away from there, get things piped, possibly put some detention ponding in a few areas, maybe even to the benefit of the golf course, if we can catch a bit of water and give them something to water grass with.
Yeah.
But yeah, all that stuff kind of works together, and I found the worst one when I first got here, and I found a couple more. But these are all things that should be addressed because they're really a poor idea for what was done. You don't just
Yeah.
take all that storm water from up there out of pipe and let it run down.
Sorry, I'm just gonna maybe cut this part off, because he'll talk about this forever.
Yeah.
And I know that you guys want this information, but we're coming to the end of tonight, so,
Okay.
and he will talk about this forever.
Anyway,
But, I think,
I think it needs to be kept.
yeah, so I'm just wondering if, just because you make a list right now, does not mean we can't come back later during the year, right? So if you said, okay, let's try to risk manage the groomer replacement or the mower for one more season, and we get partway through the season or, we go, oh, it died. We're gonna order a new one. We're gonna come to you and say that, right? So those are also options. This is not, it's not like we can't come back and ask for more capital funds during the year. Just like we can ask for more operating funds during the year.
Councillor Hogan, quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's clear that this is not set in stone, so we will have to adjust when the time comes. So we have covered most of the requests with the exception of the replaced Unit 67 large total field mower. I want to know the priority level as well as the operational capitals. That's a huge amount. So
Yeah,
also want to know
that
the-
mower is an end of life replacement. I mean, it's getting rough. That said, it could probably get another year out of it. It has to, but the risk is it quits, right? What was the other one you had there? So you got different labels than I do. Okay. Yes, only three. Okay. Okay, so yeah, what I would suggest is let me go through the capital and I will produce sheets for what I think are the priorities and what probably shouldn't be deferred. And then we'll go that route. If you want to let me deal with that one, I will cut some numbers out of this thing and get us hopefully closer to a track that gives you something to look at. All the other stuff, whether it's the overall operations, day-to-day stuff, I think you had mentioned you see a little bit of fluctuation, none of it's earth-shattering. There's a few program-related things in there, such as slowly changing out streetlights to LEDs and things that should be happening. But yeah, that's not insurmountable, and I would rather, if you don't have any preferences yourself, I would rather go through that and prioritize. Tell me to cut $50 or 50,000, that'd be awesome, right? I can get there in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think that would be best, what you think we should see,
Yeah.
and what we shouldn't see. So,
And I'll use that guidance then to then prepare the sheets for you, and we'll go from there.
Excellent. CFO.
Your Worship, Councillor Egan, I'll just respond to your question on what we budgeted for this year. So in total, it's 9.5 million, but I'll just go down through a few chunks because some of that is grant funded. So it's not ratable spend if we don't have other sources. So there's 4 million. Okay. So there's 4 million for Boat Street and an additional 600,000 for the sidewalk. That's not including the water sewer because that would be other budgets. So 4.6 there, we did receive a grant for 2.9. And so we are drawing some out of reserves to complete that project, but there is partial grant funding. There's 2.2 million for active transport. And again, we have grant funding in place for that one. So that's not ratable spend from year to year. There's 1.2 million at the airport. And as well for that one, we have some grant funding for some key projects. So again, not ratable unless we have grant funding. We did budget 700,000 for the fleet, and so that one is one that we would want to track of from year to year in terms of that investment. And then there's 800,000 across all other areas, so that's the sidewalk program, those things. So that gives you an idea of how we approach that. So a good half of that is grant funded projects versus money that we're trying to source.
And, you know, believe me, there is a lot going on out there, so.
For this?
So we do have a gas tax reserve that some of these may be eligible for, that we have to just consider and apply for from the province. So that gas tax reserve is pretty all encompassing. It could be asset management, it could be some rec facilities, it could be some of this core infrastructure, but we do need approval to use those funds. So that is on the balance sheet. We had about 2.9 million in the gas tax reserve at the end of last year. So there is some funding available for these things. We did budget to use it this year, and we have. But there's not a dedicated reserve for some things like roads or sidewalks and things like that.
So the spreadsheet that we're looking for is something that will show, other than just what these costs are, is what we would have to come up with and what's being available in grants.
Right, so as part of the Director of Public Works going through and doing capital requests for his top priorities, you'll notice that on all of those request sheets, there's the funding strategy.
Yeah,
so
okay.
him and I need to work together, and we'll go through and decide what can be sourced out of existing reserves, what we would recommend borrowing for, and what we would only do if we do have grants. So there could be some projects that we would put forward as grant contingent, that things like some of the airport projects that were on this list, those would be probably considered grant contingent, and so we would put that forward on the request sheet.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Green. We look forward to your list. And got a couple of things here that we'll go through. And these are going to be potential resolutions. So I will read them and then we will go from there and then we'll see what everybody has to say. We'll take the first one. Potential resolution that council approve the presented budget strategy for the 2024 draft operational budget, including the 12.5 tax increase. Not seeing any hands. Councillor Etchart. Councillor Egan. Questions?
The other day, that would be the idea that we would search out some savings within the organization and draw $400,000 from reserves with the intention that this would be the last time we do this, with a 12.5% tax increase to make all of that work. If you go down in your tax increase, then we have to draw more from reserves.
Okay, my thoughts would be, I don't think we should say what our tax increase is going to be yet until we know exactly what our budget is.
This is
This is it? Well,
The operational budget, right? Like, those are the numbers, right? The operational budget is the numbers in these charts that.
okay,
So what we'll do is find places where we can find those $1,000 go away, and transfer from reserves that $400,000. You will see, we will bring back to you where we anticipate making those changes, but ultimately this is what we need to operate.
any other? Councillor Charney.
hold on. We cannot bring in more from permissive tax exemptions at this time because that bylaw goes till the end of 2024. The $300,000 that will come from service level cuts, that's what we're going to seek out for you. We will find you $300,000 so that you're not having to take more out of reserves or go with a higher tax rate, right? But taking $300,000 out of a budget like ours, we're not feasibly going to be able, like if we can, we will, but we're not going to be able to fund you more than $300,000. We're going to work hard to find that $300,000. We've already got some things, some strategies around that, but it's tight. And so what we're asking you to do is give us the direction to move forward with this plan. So knowing that if we can find $300,000 or more, then we're not going over a 12.5% tax increase, right? That's what we want to see. So if we have this strategy, then the CFO and the directors and I can go back in and say, okay, this we think will give us some money. Let's do the math. Oh, nope. It's not really the thing, right? Like we have ideas about where it should happen, but how much are we actually going to save? How much are we actually going to save? But we don't know what we need to know until you give us a strategy. And this is the strategy we're looking for. Knowing that if we do this, we're not going over a 2.5 or 12.5% tax increase.
And this is the hard pill that we have to swallow, right? This is. Any other comments, questions on that? Well, it's a draft, yeah, but it's a working draft. Any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? No. It's carried. So I think Councillor Charney, you opposed it? Okay. Carried. The next one, that council approve the strategy for long-term risk management and the need to build reserves for water and sewer infrastructure using the general parcel tax, including 1, setting a policy that general parcel tax revenues need to be placed in non-statutory reserves as they are collected, and 2, staff should update the parcel tax bylaw with a schedule of the following rates. And do you want me to read the CEO?
You'll need to know is how much do you think it's reasonable over the next 3 years for us to increase those parcel taxes? Is it 50% a year? Is it $10 a year? Is it, also knowing that in those resolutions, there will be a request that people who are getting property tax exemptions still pay their parcel tax, which isn't happening, right?
Okay. Councillor Richard.
In the policy review committee, we had discussed 25% for the water and sewer parcels, and then the user fees, pardon me, and the 5% seemed like something reasonable, at least just to have a base number in there. And I don't think we should put a dollar amount, maybe a percentage, and then that way we can revisit it next year. Again, like this is a draft, we need to proceed with something, make some decisions so staff can revise everything and bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's key that we can't be stagnant here. We have to move and get something, because they want to look at projects for next year. Rick has a very busy, Mr. Green has a very busy department, and they need to see what they're going to do so that we can move ahead, get those RFPs out there, because this is where we stalled in the past and it was a huge mistake. So we need to get going.
So
I recommend that we go with 5% as a figure.
Anyone else want to throw in on that? Okay. Councillor Egan, you were going to, yeah, but you were reaching for your microphone. Okay. Anybody opposed to the 5%? Anybody would like more than 5%? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So, that council approve the recommended changes to the organizational chart and the wages as presented. Sure, please.
Based on that, I don't have a report directly for you, but we have, excluding the wages that we talked about the other day that we didn't necessarily want to touch, because they were inside the collective agreement, that we, with the reorganization, we're looking at about a $50,000 savings. Correct, Kevin? Yeah. So there's our first 50.
Councillor Egan, Councillor Richard, any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? We're good to go. Opposed? Okay, that next one, that all properties currently receiving property tax exemptions as per the permissive tax exemption bylaw be required to pay the parcel tax from 2024 onward. Councillor Richard? Councillor Petrosi? Questions? Councillor Owen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. That all properties currently receiving property tax exemptions as per the permissive tax exemption bylaw be required to pay the parcel tax from 2024 onward. And that's a bit of a rule, is it not?
Definitely and I'm not sure if we can call it an error, but it shouldn't have been going the way it was. It's not part of the bylaw, and it was never approved for people to not pay their parcel tax.
Okay. Any other questions on that?
So the only thing that is tax exemption is property tax. So for any, even places of worship, any place that's on the tax exemption list is not, in fact, exempt from parcel tax. It's only property tax.
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that one. That the budget for the financial support for community organizations and events be a total of $25,000, combining the grant and aid program and the council contingency budgets, and that administration and the policy review committee review the criteria for receiving financial assistance from council and bring forward a new policy for consideration. Councillor Richard. Councillor, I'm going to go with Councillor Ogan this time. So, questions on that? Questions? All in favor? Opposed? Yeah. Last one. The administration reviews the costs. Sorry, that administration reviews the cost of the following service areas to identify any levels of service which may be made to support balancing the budget as presented. And I'll let you take that because we discussed this earlier.
So ultimately, we're looking for places where you think the community will be more accepting of some service level changes for us to start investigating. Because there are lots of programs that we run. You know, street sweeping ultimately and street maintenance is a program. Do you want us to not street sweep? Like those are the kinds of things we need to know, right? So where do you think are or the things you're most comfortable with us looking at level of service decreases?
Well, for myself, I think the doing work on stat holidays, that's time and a half. We probably should not be doing work on stat holidays. I mean, because
That's exactly what I'm looking for. What are those things?
And garbage treatment. And I also think we should not do flowers for
No.
$35,000 a year.
When you say garbage treatment, you mean pickup or?
Pickup.
Okay, like
Yeah.
every 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks.
Like nothing's off the table here, folks. If there's something, yeah. And I mean, you may come back saying absolutely not, we can't do it. But I mean, if there's something that appeals to you or is something that you feel. Well, that's why this is basically the building blocks here, Wendy. This is not going to be done tomorrow. So if there's something that comes up, you can say, hey, you know, this is coming back to us, right? This all comes back to us at some point. So, I mean, you don't expect it to be all done tonight because there are some things that may, you know, pop up. So.
So ultimately, when we And that is stuff we're going to do anyways. But what the thing is that staff should not be held accountable for service cuts. That is your job, right? To make those decisions on that. So this is a way, when you ask the staff for input, which we will do, one of the things is that when you're talking about areas that you want us to investigate, ultimately, that is a direction that has to come from council because staff can't be held responsible for that. They can have input. But if I, as the CAO, said we're only going to collect garbage twice a week, that's not my, that is a governance issue.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, we will get that input from staff based on the areas you want to have us investigate. And this will all come back. We won't have to meet tomorrow, but this will come back to you in the new year when we've had time to review those potential areas.
You just want me to read it again, Councillor? Sure. So, that administration review the cost of the following service areas to identify any levels of service which may be made to support balancing the budget as presented.
I'm wondering if right now they can maybe just look at some of these, what they have with the projects to see if they can save any money before we look at service cuts right now, just as a draft.
So I think this is the difference. The capital project or budget and the operational budget are a little bit separated here. We're looking purely at operational, right? So the projects, the capital projects, that's separate than this part of the budget because it comes from a different funding source. It comes from our reserves and from grants and from gas tax and debt.
I just think that if we tried to cut something like garbage right now with the garbage truck that we have and, same garbage cans, we're going to look at having to either have more garbage cans or more trash all over town.
But that's what we're telling,
Yeah,
like,
we don't have to make a decision.
Yeah.
we just need to know where you think people will be most likely to accept these changes so that we can bring you back a suggestion as to whether or not that's feasible or if it's only a nominal amount of money and not really worth the uproar.
I'm in favor of,
Well, I mean, I'm not in favor of
but not garbage.
cutting a day out of the pool or cutting time out of the arena. I mean, those are needed. It's just what it is. But if there's a situation, if, like you say, if we look at some of these things and it's really not worth a hill of beans, then we wouldn't be wasting our time. But this isn't written in stone yet. We have a ways to go yet here. This is just ideas. And, we're in a position just like everybody else in BC. I mean, keep going back to Osoyoos, 40%. That's because you got to make these, these are not going to be popular choices, but that's why we sit in these chairs. And they're not going to be popular, but it's where we got to go. So I would say if anybody has anything that really tweaks them and feels they should put it out there, send the CAO an email saying, hey, what about this? Or give her a call or walk in.
You can do that too. The other thing is we do have some places that Kevin and I have spoken about directly where we think we have some savings around some subscriptions to programs, external programs where we're going to trial for at least for the year to take those out of the budget. So we may have, I think we're probably at around close to 150 for sure that we've, based on the decisions tonight and things that Kevin and I have already at the top of our heads, probably around 150, Kev?
Yeah,
Maybe a little more?
Already sourced 100 from staffing, reorg, grants, and et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Have at least 40 potentially in the subscription.
Mm-hmm. So we have some human resources platforms that we have used in the past that are not essential. We can do things in a different way. So those subscriptions we don't need necessarily renew. Right? They're nice to haves, not must haves.
I still don't know what you mean.
You got to put your makeup.
Oh, sorry, like software.
I don't understand.
So
Okay.
like subscriptions to like a human resources company that we use their programming.
They also offer consulting services, like they're an
Okay.
overall package, of support related to HR, and we'd like to trial some right sizing for the city of our size and our staffing needs. And after a year of being able to anecdotally observe things, decide whether or not that's really warranted, or if
Okay, I
there's,
understand now, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure, yeah. I use them myself.
Councillor Rogan.
So if the staff expects council to come up with recommendations of where we can save some money by reducing services, I need more information. I need a spreadsheet where it states the service, it states the expense, and it states what would be the impact in future financials. So I need to have that idea so that I can make a recommendation.
So we have a few things that you've come up with, but what happens now is that leaves it to us to determine what things we'll bring forward. Because it's challenging for us to I'm having some word finding problems.
I understand where you're coming from, because it's like we feel like we're between a rock and a hard place because we don't know all the services. So it's hard for us to say, okay, well, let's get rid of this, let's get rid of this, because we don't know what the cost is, and we really don't know how many people it's going to affect. So that's kind of what Manny's saying. Yes.
We'll try and come up with something early in the new year around that.
Or is there a place that we could go online to see that? No.
No,
Okay,
but
then.
It is, but I don't know that it gives them enough.
no. So I think what might be helpful is there are some departments where largely just talking about people, right? So if you look at finance, it's people, it's our audit fees, tax sale charges, that's it. Whereas if you have some public works departments, probably could break down some of the numbers that are in this chart into slightly more minutia. So for example, public works, you'll see 3.3. We could probably go through and say this much for line painting, this much for hydrants, this much for that. You can get a sense of some of the areas that 3.3 is represented, whereas other departments, you're just talking people. So you'd have to have that view of these numbers. Public works is probably the one where you are talking about more non-people type costs. And so if that's helpful, we can look.
Now, have we voted on this last one? Okay. So it's also real simple. If it does not your cup of tea, then let's not vote on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Councillor Sharp?
I think we should just make a decision and just go for it, and then we can come up with suggestions and give it to Cynthia. Maybe after a good night's sleep, people have wonderful ideas in the morning. It could be something as simple as maybe snow plowing for only arterial roads over 5 centimeters, if it, something like that, or little things that won't impact us as much. This
isn't a massive game changer for you if we defer this, is it?
It is not.
So let's.
It is not. We know what our strategy is. We were just hoping that you guys might have some sense of where
Well,
we'll be okay.
let's look at some things too. I mean, maybe council only attends SILGA and UBCM. Maybe we don't attend FCM anymore. Maybe we don't attend any of these other things anymore. Because if we're asking people to take cuts, then we should be taking our own cuts as well. So maybe that's where we look at that as well. So.
Yeah,
I mean, you've already given us $50,000 from your community support. So that's a big number. But yeah, we'll look at it and we'll kind of see what we can come up with to get some priority areas. And then you guys will have to really read in, like, are people going to get mad if we don't pick up garbage once a week? Or are people going to get mad if we do a different method of snowplow? That's where you guys are going to have to.
We're not going to please everybody.
Yeah, exactly. But we want to please as many people as we can.
But the point of the matter is in order for us to get back on track where we don't end up with a situation where we're raising things by 40%, we have to get realistic and realize that past things have caused us to be here. And we have to move forward with change. It's that simple. And sure, people are gonna get upset, I get it. I mean, you know, but when you have very minimal increases over years, or 0 and 1 and 0 and 1, it comes back to haunt you. And I said that in council many years ago. Any councillor that's not willing to move up every year is irresponsible, because it comes back to bite you at some point in time. And it does, and here we are. And I mean, at what we're saying, 12.5 really is not horrible. It's not the best, it's not what I'd like to see, but it could be 27.5 or it could be 41, and here we are. So yeah, and this is why we sit in these seats, is because, yeah, sure, we're gonna get some flack on this, and I expect we will. I'd be awful surprised if we didn't. But you want a town that runs correctly? Well, this is how it goes. That's my soapbox moment. Anything else? Oh, the last one, we've decided to defer it. We don't have to vote on that, right? Yeah, we just tabled it. Okay, good. Okay, good. And tomorrow night is done, okay? And this, again, all comes back, et cetera, et cetera. Do I have to make any big announcement, or can I just terminate? We're done. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Wendy. Well done.